Then on the go. That's all I got there. It is now 1800 hours. I'm going to call this regular council meeting 2025-24 to order. The invocation will be provided by Pastor Jerry Clem of Covenant Church, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by our Deputy Mayor, Mike Jaffe. Please rise.
Pray with me. Heavenly Father, we thank you this evening for letting us live in a nation where we are free to participate in the political process. We are free to come regardless of our station in life, regardless of our sex, our color, our backgrounds, and we can participate and we can have our voices heard. We thank you for the men and women through our history who have died, shed their blood so that we could have this freedom tonight. I would ask you, Lord, to enable us tonight through your Spirit to honor you by treating each other in an honorable and respectful manner. We confess, Father, that all here are created in your image and therefore are worthy of your respect as we are all image bearers of the Creator. Give us the grace we need to not forget that fact, even when we may disagree with one another. May we disagree with one another agreeably and never forget what is most important, that we are your servants and your children. Father, I ask that you would bless the public servants in this room.
Yes.
Who every day imperil their lives by protecting and serving and rescuing us when we are endangered. Father, I would ask that you would bring them home safely each evening to their children and to their loved ones. We praise you for their sacrifice and their willingness to serve us. And Father, I would ask that you bless the men and women in our leadership on this council. Would you fill them, Father, with your Spirit? Would you give them the wisdom and discernment that they need to lead our city well? Father, give them the wisdom to know when to stand firm and when to compromise for the public good. Father, I ask that you would prosper them and bless them. And may all that they do bring honor to your name as Palm Bay becomes a city that all can find refuge in. In your name we ask these things, Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Flag. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hoorah! So before we get started, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to, on these two vision boards, you'll find a decorum statement. So I just wanted to read that out loud. Public comments, if you wish to address the council, please make sure you fill out a speaker card available at the front desk here by this young lady in green, by the TV. When called, go to the podium, speak clearly into the microphone, state your name and address. Each person will be limited to 3 minutes and only allowed to speak at once. And there is no yielding of your time for someone else. Just wanted to address that. Direct your comments to City Council, preferably right at the mayor. Don't address them individually. Don't address staff or members of the public. Speakers and members of the audience shall refrain from shouting, using threatening language, and violating rules of order, including for agenda items, limiting comments to the subject item being addressed. Violations of these rules may result in the issuance of a verbal warning. If violations continue, violators may be removed from our council chambers. A speaker may not be removed merely because of the content of your speech would be politically pleasing or acceptable. So let's please respect one another. Let's respect each one's right to free speech. Thank you. Roll call.
Mayor Medina.
Present?
Deputy Mayor Jaffe.
Present.
Councilman Johnson.
Present.
Councilman Hammer.
Present.
Councilman Langevin.
Present.
Mr. Morton.
Present.
Ms. Smith.
Present.
Thank you. We are now on agenda revisions. Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. I have 4 agenda revisions tonight. First, I'm going to ask that we go ahead and we'll pull the presentations number 1 and 2. Out of respect to the many folks here who want to speak tonight and giving priority to our community and our citizens and our speakers, and for staff listening in the bullpen, if that gets approved, you can go ahead and go. You don't have to wait tonight. Thank you so much. Second, at the request of...
Did you need a motion for that, or just
wanna go ahead,
pulling
sure?
them?
I'll make a motion to table presentations, number 1 and 2, to the regular council meeting October 16th.
Second.
I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Carry on, Mr.
Next
Moore.
revision, at the request of Mayor Medina, discussion of conduct and decorum of City Council has been added as item number 3 under new business.
Okay, and the other one?
At the request of Councilman Johnson, discussion of directing the city attorney to draft a letter to the office of the governor requesting the governor suspend Councilman Chandler Langevin pursuant to Section 11251 Florida statutes has been added as item number 4 under new business.
So, council, I think if you would like, perhaps merge both those, 3 and 4, new business, and then perhaps I would like a motion to move those right before public comments. Merge the two, that way we could address the folks that are here for items 3 and 4 all at once.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to combine items 3 and 4, but my motion will retain the order of the meeting agenda as it is.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion to combine 3 and 4. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. We are now, Madam Smith, any revisions?
No, sir.
Any other council members have any revisions?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion just to move public hearings before public comments.
Second.
To move public hearings before public comments?
Correct.
I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, so we're now on proclamations, and we'll start off with the mayor's business spotlight. Is GEI Works incorporated here? Awesome. Welcome. You come at the right time. You didn't anticipate all these people were here for you. Huh? They're all here for the mayor's spotlight. Isn't that something? It is hereby recognized by the mayor of the city of Palm Bay, Brevard County, whereas GIE Works is recognized as the Mayor's Business Spotlight Program recipient for the 4th quarter of this year, 2025. And whereas located in 2725 Kirby Circle, has been a valuable part of the local business community since its founding, providing environmental and infrastructure solutions to clients locally, nationally, and around the globe. And whereas GEI Works is a woman-owned small business that manufactures high-quality, American-made products, including erosion controls, systems, water storage tanks, stormwater solutions, and emergency response equipment. Thanks for joining us. GEI Works has demonstrated strong business growth and resilience through the continued investment in local manufacturing workforce expansion, and a commitment to sustainability practices that benefit both the community and the environment. And whereas GEI Works maintains a strong sense of corporate responsibility, actively supporting disaster relief efforts, environmental preservation initiatives, and workforce development programs. And whereas GEI Works consistently receives outstanding feedback from clients and partners for its product quality, reliability, and customer service, further solidifying their reputation as a leader in this industry. And whereas GEI Works exemplifies innovation, leadership, dedication to the advancement of Palm Bay's local economy. Now, therefore, I, Rob Medina, Mayor of the greatest city on the face of the earth, hereby recognize that GEI Works in the city of Palm Bay is the recipient of the fourth quarter 2025 as the Mayor's Business Spotlight Program. Congratulations. Come on up.
Thank you very much. On behalf of GEI Works, I want to thank Mayor Rob Medina and the Palm Bay City Council for recognizing us for the 2025 Mayor's Business Spotlight winner this quarter. It feels especially meaningful because this is National Manufacturing Month. And so as we celebrate the vital role that manufacturing plays in the economy of our good city, we're grateful for the opportunity to be here. We're proud to call Palm Bay home. Over the last several years, we've grown from a very small manufacturing facility to triple its size here in Palm Bay. We appreciate being part of a city that values diversity, welcomes all people, and provides an environment where businesses and communities can thrive together. Over the years, GEI Works has been able to be involved in global initiatives in supplying products that support and protect our waterways, stormwater management, and best management practice products for responsible construction. Here in Florida, our work has a special meaning as our products help protect the Indian River Lagoon, erosion control systems that protect our shorelines, and we continue to take that responsibility very seriously. We share the values of Palm Bay with honor and service and integrity. We know that that guides Palm Bay's leadership, and we believe in those principles. And we believe that it matters not just in business, but in how we treat one another and in being a community that is successful and recognizes all people for their contributions. I want to thank you again, Mayor Medina and the Palm Bay City Council for the honor, and we are appreciative of being here tonight. Thank you.
Nice. Nice.
Don't hide. Okay. Come on over here. We're not trying to. Over here. Get on this side.
Good to see you, man. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Thank
Good
you.
to see you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'm going to have Samantha Bickman Lopez to come on up with her team. It is September 15th through October 15th is Hispanic Heritage Month. Yeah, you know, Hispanics know how to party. They take 2 months. Come on. Yeah, that's okay. We don't need to go down that path. It is hereby proclaimed by the mayor of the city of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, that whereas National Hispanic Heritage Month is an opportunity to recognize and celebrate that many Americans of Hispanic descent who have made outstanding economic, educational, and cultural contributions to our city, state, and nation. Whereas special events are taking place throughout the state of Florida, across the nation in observance of Hispanic Heritage Month, celebrating the rich culture, traditions, and remarkable impact on American society made by the Hispanic American community. And whereas this year's parade, Florida's 28th annual Puerto Rican Day Parade in Palm Bay, Florida on Saturday, October 4th at 10 a.m. is hosted by UTB, United Third Bridge Incorporated Educational and Cultural Fund, which created 3 local Samuel Casiano Lopez Memorial Scholarships and has dedicated this parade to Orocovis, Puerto Rico. Ah, you didn't think I could say that, did you? Whereas on March 3rd, 1917, the Jones Act was signed declaring that all Puerto Ricans are citizens of the United States, and in 1952, the Commonwealth status was proclaimed and has been upheld since the 1960s. Whereas UTB, a civil rights organization that promotes the advancement of minorities in areas of education, culture, and employment, founded in 1977 by Samuel C. Lopez, who was born in Brooklyn, New York, of Puerto Rican parents who moved to Brevard County in 1993 and established Brevard County's annual Puerto Rican Day Parade right here in Palm Bay, hosted by UTB Education and Cultural Fund. And as Puerto Rican tradition and as a gift to all Hispanic descent, which has grown into the largest county celebration of Puerto Rican heritage. And whereas this year's parade, the theme and Hispanic heritage theme is Echoes of Wisdom, honoring our Hispanic elders. I think I qualify for that now. As we celebrate our 20th year, we reflect on the timeless stories, traditions, guidance of our elders, whose legacy and culture, strength, and unity continues to inspire each and every one of us. This theme is a powerful reminder of the depth and richness of Hispanic heritage, honoring the lessons passed down through families, communities, and generations. Now, therefore, I, Rob Medina, Mayor of the greatest city on the face of the earth, do hereby proclaim Hispanic Heritage Month from September 15th to October 15th, and Puerto Rican Day, October 4th, in the city of Palm Bay, and invite all our citizens to participate in this exuberant and monumental celebration. Signed, my hand affixed, this second day of October 2025. It's actually the 3rd day, so I stand corrected. Madam Samantha?
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
God bless.
On behalf of UTB, United Third Bridge Incorporated, and the Florida Puerto Rican Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, I want to thank the mayor and the council for this proclamation. My name is Samantha Lopez Bickman. I'm the daughter of the late Samuel Casiano Lopez, a beloved community voice whose legacy lives on. My father founded the first Puerto Rican Hispanic Chamber of Commerce here on the Space Coast in 2002, and his work continues through both the Chamber and United Third Bridge. United Third Bridge is a 501c3 nonprofit dedicated to promoting the education and the opportunities for Hispanic minorities. UTB is a fully volunteer-managed, nonpartisan, tax-exempt organization committed to fostering cultural awareness, community engagement across Brevard County. Our mission is to empower and educate and engage by breaking down barriers, education, employment, social justice, while celebrating cultural heritage and unity. We do not condone speech or actions that target any single community. Targeting communities by race, faith, or birthplace is not governance. It fuels prejudice, endangers public safety, and breaks the bond between the officials and the people they represent. We stand in solidarity. We stand in solidarity with the Indian community tonight and always. The actions of one person will not be tolerated. This Saturday, October 4th, at 10 a.m., we hope that you'll come out and join us for our 28th Annual Puerto Rican Day and Multicultural Festival. It begins at Walmart on Malabar Road Southwest, continuing to San Filippo, and ending with a grand multicultural festival at Eastern Florida State College. Please be sure, if you do attend, everyone is in place by 8:30, as the roads will be closed at 8:50 and will not be opened until the last person on the parade enters Eastern Florida State College. There will be live performances, ethnic foods, vendors, a car display, health and wellness area, free salsa lessons, and more. We have our first Hispanic pinup contest, too. It's a vintage pinup contest, if anyone is interested. This year's theme, he did state, and I'm going to reiterate, it is echoing the wisdom of our honoring not just our Hispanic elders, all of our elders. As we celebrate this 28th Annual Puerto Rican Day Parade and Multicultural Festival, we do pause to reflect on the timeless wisdom and the invaluable contributions of all of our elders. I want to say thank you again to everyone coming here and supporting all of the diversity, and we represent inclusion of this community. Thank you again.
Oh, yep. See him? Yep, right here. Eddie got here. He's gonna wall out when he's still on my toes.
Thank you.
Oh. Mayor.
I guess I'll still out.
Sir, nice seeing you. I haven't seen you in forever.
I know how you been.
Good.
All is well.
I was actually, I actually got hired when you were here.
Hey, Kenny.
Yeah.
Thank you, honey.
Nice seeing you.
Thanks for coming.
Hey, thank you for coming. Thank you.
Thank you again.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Yeah.
That's funny.
Hey, what's up?
He was,
I feel like you've been working since you were 12.
no, my dad was here. So came in.
Next, we have National Manufacturing Day. Come on up. So it is hereby proclaimed by the mayor of the city of Palm Bay, whereas National Manufacturing Day is an annual event to change the perception of careers in manufacturing, to reflect its true status and the most advanced high-tech industry in the country. Whereas National Manufacturing Day is an effective way to reestablish the United States as a global leader in manufacturing education. And whereas for the third year in a row, Florida ranks #1 for having the strongest economy in the nation, according to U.S. News and World Report. And whereas the Space Coast is the epicenter for manufacturing in the state of Florida, with over 500 manufacturers that call our region home. Now, therefore, I, Rob Medina, mayor of the greatest city on the face of the earth, by virtue of the authority of said office, do hereby proclaim October 3rd as National Manufacturing Day. in the city of Palm Bay and encourage all our citizens to join in recognizing the value of our manufacturers and the importance they serve in our city, our state, and our nation. In witness hereof, I set my hand and cause the seal of the city of Palm Bay to be affixed this third day of October. Come on up, sir, and share your wisdom on manufacturing, brother. Congratulations.
I need my extra set of eyes, excuse me. So, first of all, on behalf of the manufacturing community around the state of Florida, but especially that of the manufacturing community here in the greatest city in the world, Palm Bay, we would really like to thank you, Mayor Medina, the council members, and the city of Palm Bay for recognizing manufacturers and with this proclamation and Manufacturing Day. Manufacturing is really the backbone and the heartbeat of America. It's essential to growth of this country, growth of our regions, growth of our national security. It's really, manufacturing's in my heart, has been in my heart for over 38 years. And I don't think everybody really realizes just how much manufacturing is done here in the state of Florida, especially right here in the Space Coast in Brevard County. This is a very important county for the state of Florida, and this is a very important city and region for it as well. I am the Vice President of Client Engagement for Florida Makes. Florida Makes is a public-private partnership and part of a national network of manufacturing extension partnerships around the country that support manufacturing, support their growth and support all of those communities around them at that, in those areas. Our mission really is to strengthen and advance manufacturing here in the state of Florida, and we really focus on technology. And I love this area. I love this area because it's the Space Coast, and I love rocket ships, and I have since I was a kid. So that makes it the greatest city in the world. So, but once again, I thank you. I thank you, great folks of Palm Bay, Mayor Medina, Council. Thank you very much for this proclamation, and it's my pleasure to accept it.
I'm going to ask our GEI Mayor Spotlight winners manufacturing company right here in Palm Bay to join us for this picture.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Darcy. Thank you.
So we are now on public comments, item number 1. Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2025-39, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, vacating and abandoning a portion of the rear 20-foot public utility and drainage easement located within Lot 18, Block 2014, Port Malabar Unit 46, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 22, page 61 of the Public Records of Brevard County, Florida, and legally described herein, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing. Defer to Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. This applicant is requesting a vacation of a public utilities and drainage easement of approximately 544 square feet or .012 acres for the purpose of construction of a swimming pool and enclosure in their backyard.
Thank you. Council, any question of staff? Is the applicant here? Step forward, sir. Oh, I see. You want to go watch the game, don't you?
Yes, I do.
I don't have that privilege. Carry on. Go ahead, sir.
Yep, that's just what the application said for a pool and enclosure.
For your pool. All right. Any questions, council? Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved. Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously, 5-0. Congratulations,
Thank you
this
very
is the final hurdle. Enjoy the game, sir. We're now on item number 2, Madam Smith, public hearings.
Ordinance 2025-40, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, vacating and abandoning a portion of the rear 20-foot public utility and drainage easement located within Lot 38, Block 479, Port Malabar Unit 12, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 15, page 53 of the Public Records of Brevard County, Florida, and legally described herein, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. I'm going to open up the public hearing and ask Mr. Morton to present the case.
Thank you again, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Applicant is requesting the vacation of an easement of the east 10 feet and the west 20 feet of a public utilities and drainage easement. It's approximately 680 square feet, again, for the purpose of the construction of an in-ground swimming pool in the backyard, and staff recommends approval of vacation of this easement.
Thank you. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, I'm going to ask the applicant, is the applicant here? You want to come up?
I'll try to get my pool.
Copy that, sir. Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
Make a motion to approve ordinance 2025-40.
Second.
Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Hammer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Passes unanimously. Congratulations on your pool, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
What's the next step?
That's it, buddy. That was the final step.
That's it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That was it. And I think the next step, sir, is everyone wants to enjoy your pool next. We are now on item number 3. Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2025-45, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, vacating and abandoning a portion of the rear 20-foot public utility and drainage easement located within Lot 8, Block 470, Port Malabar Unit 11, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 15, page 39, of the Public Records of Brevard County, Florida, and legally described herein, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing and ask Mr. Morton to present the case.
Yes, thank you again. This is proposal to vacate the south 8 feet and north 20 feet of a public utilities and drainage easement, again, for the purpose of building a swimming pool in a backyard. It's approximately 544 square feet that would be vacated. And once again, staff recommends approval of vacating this easement.
Thank you. Any questions, staff, of staff? Okay. Is the applicant here? Come on up.
Pool in the backyard.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak for or against this item? Okay, I'm closing the public hearing, asking for a motion.
Motion to approve ordinance 2025-45.
Second.
Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Hammer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Congratulations, sir. That was the final.
Thank you.
We're now on item number 4. Ms. Smith.
Ordinance 2025-46, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, vacating and abandoning a portion of the side 6-foot public utility and drainage easement located within Lot 14, Block 2642, Port Malabar Unit 50, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 23, page 8 of the Public Records of Brevard County, Florida, and legally described herein, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing. Mr. Morton?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. The request is to vacate the northeasterly 4 feet and southwesterly 6 foot of a public utilities and drainage easement of approximately 572 square feet for the purpose of accommodating an existing carport structure that was constructed by the previous property owners. Staff has recommended approval of vacation of this easement.
Thank you. Is the applicant here? Yes, sir. Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Lourdes Quiñones. This is my husband, Wilfredo Prieto. We are here tonight to respectfully request the vacation of an easement that extends into my property. The carpet was there when we purchased the home, and we're just trying to keep it, basically.
Say that again,
The carpet was
carports?
there when we bought that property,
Okay.
yeah. And then we did not know, we have even paperwork that says that everything was constructed with permits, and we later found out that that is not the case.
Copy that. And you purchased the home that way?
Yes.
Understood. Thank you, ma'am. Any questions of staff or the applicant? Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak for or against this item? Okay, seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. There's another step, okay?
Yes. Thank you
All right.
very much.
Thank you. Thanks. We're now on item number 5.
We have staff here, Jason?
Ordinance 2025-28, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, providing for the annexation of certain real property generally located north of Willowbrook Street in the vicinity southwest of the intersection of St. John's Heritage Parkway and Mariloma Boulevard, and legally described herein, providing for filing a copy of the ordinance with the Brevard County Clerk of the Circuit Court, the Chief Administrative Officer of Brevard County, and the State of Florida Department of State, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing and defer to Mr. Morton. And
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Althea Jefferson is here to give a quick presentation and ask any questions that you have.
thank you. Ms. Althea?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council, City Manager, City Attorney, and Clerk. The applicant is requesting that the City Council accept their voluntary annexation petition for nearly 33 acres of land located just southwest of Mariloma Boulevard Southeast and St. John's Heritage Parkway. Everything was reviewed by staff pursuant to Chapter 171 of the Florida statutes, and we find that the proposed annexation area is reasonably compact and doesn't create any finger-like serpentine patterns, nor does it result in the creation of enclaves. The Planning and Zoning Board heard this item September 3rd with a vote of 5-0 in support and recommendation to the council to approve. You heard this 2 weeks ago, I believe, with the same result. And that is all that staff has on this item.
Thank you. Any questions, council? Is the applicant wanting to present their case?
Thank you. Jake Wise, civil engineer for the project. As Ms. Jefferson identified, we had just come before you a couple weeks ago. We have 3 agenda items tonight. I won't come up here 3 times and talk about the same thing. So just wanted to just do a quick, brief summary. This is a voluntary annexation. At first reading, we were recommended by approval for approval by staff. You were kind enough to unanimously recommend us for approval. We have been working for 2 years with staff to get to this point, so we're very excited to do so. Last presentation talked about 4 stars, commitment to Palm Bay and to the private-public partnership that they've had for so many years, talked about their over 1,800 single-family lots that they've been developing. They brought a 20-inch force main to this whole region over 3 miles for the good of the whole area. Extending the parkway as part of this project and previous projects. They looped Mariloma Boulevard, which took a tremendous load of traffic off of Babcock Street. And we're very excited because this particular project has the ability to have walking distance to a new Odyssey school that's coming. We have a lot of different amenities across the site. We are extending utilities at our cost, again, to help the infrastructure of the entire city-wide system. There are two more agenda items tonight. One's a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment. One is a rezoning. As you see in the staff report, we made all 10 criteria for the small scale and all 6 criteria for the rezoning. So we did have a neighborhood meeting. We have not had any opposition at all. We have, again, had staff support of all 3 of these items. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. And if there are any public comments, appreciate a chance to respond.
Yeah, so you didn't want to come up the other time, so I'm just going to hit you with what I believe, right? So this is the annexation portion of that. The next is regarding the comp plan, future land use, right? So you know I've been consistent, but we're going to go from 1 per 2.5 acres units, and then it's going to be a higher density. And I get that you don't see the value to 1 acre lots, right, or even larger, but would your client even consider half acre lots? Like yeah.
You know, if it's okay, we'll come back up with that agenda item.
Okay.
But in order to bring this into the city, which again,
Yeah,
we've been working on for so long.
I understand.
Yeah, we have to go with a land use that you have. Your lowest density future land use is the low density residential. It allows up to 5 units an acre. We're only proposing 2.2. It's 33 acres. It's only 74 lots. But I'll be happy to answer your question.
I thought you didn't want to keep coming back
Yeah.
up. That's why I figured I'd ask now.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Wise. Is there anyone in the audience that wish to speak for or against this item? Please step forward, Master Chief.
So we're still working it out, is my point. Okay, thank you.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. First, I'm always against annexation of land into the city of Palm Bay because it makes the city bigger in land mass. And to make it bigger in land mass, because that means we're going to increase in population. Increase in populations means we then still have to hire more police officers and more firefighters, and we can't keep up with what we have now. But in this case, I'm going to speak in favor of the annexation strictly because if these homes are still going to be built there, and if the city of Palm Bay doesn't have the annexation from this builder in the city, those tax revenues would be going to the county and we'd still having to deal with the exact same population increase. But we wouldn't have to increase with the police and fire, but we'd still be stuck with every other aspect that comes with it. I'm also very happy that the builder's saying that they're going to extend the utilities at their expense. Let's see if they can extend the St. John's Heritage Parkway all the way around at their expense also. Then I'd be real happy with the annexation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Anyone else? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved. Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. Any additional comments?
No, sir.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. We're now on item number 6.
Ordinance
Ms.
20
Smith, yes.
Ordinance 2025-47, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the 2045 Comprehensive Plan to change the future land use map designation from Res 1 2.5, residential 1 unit per 2.5 acres, Brevard County, to low-density residential, LDR, 5 units per acre, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing, and Mr. Morton or Ms.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. City Council, as noted, this is step 2 of a possible step 3, and 2 and 3 is to amend the city's comprehensive future land use plan, the flume map, for the underlying comprehensive plan designation of this piece of property. And we have staff here to present or answer any questions that you may have. As you noted, Mayor, would take it from the residential 1 which is 2.5 unit density to the current city, I believe it's residential 3 density, correct?
Thank you, sir.
RS3?
Yes. So the applicant has made it clear on the previous application that when we annex, typically we have the county's future land use designation and their zoning. So as we bring this into the city, we need to change our map to a designation that we have. The lowest density residential future land use we have is LDR, as he mentioned, and so that is what staff has recommended. We did have a concurrency review, and that is from police to utilities. We had a transportation review. I will add that this particular ordinance would only need one reading pursuant to our code and Florida statutes, as it's under 50 acres for the future land use designation. However, the next case you hear, which is the rezoning, will have 2 readings. Between now and the second reading, staff is negotiating, as Mr. Batten mentioned, the extension of the parkway westward as part of this annexation. And those details will be worked out and available to you upon second reading of the rezoning. With that all said, the Planning and Zoning Board heard this item early last month, and they were in support. With
So-
that, I'll take any questions.
Yes, ma'am. So have you discussed this at all? I know that you're saying you're in negotiations, but how
Yes.
how far are those negotiations?
Those negotiations are, well, we were waiting for the,
We have the draft transportation impact fee agreement in-house, currently under review. We just received that today, and I believe we
And the
have.
appraisals.
and the
I'm sorry, that's the
appraisal-
word.
nope, And the easement dedications, all in process. We will not bring it back for the second hearing until those are resolved.
Okay. So do you, in your opinion, they're going well?
Yes, I think we'll get them resolved on time and ready for the next hearing.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you. That,
primarily the timing of the appraisals has been our backup.
With the appraisal, did you say, Althea?
As part of the negotiations, we were waiting for an appraisal so that we could negotiate properly.
Thank you, ma'am. Don't go anywhere. I think Councilman Hammer has got a question for you.
When we say we're working on the negotiations, are we working on negotiations for 1 lane? Or on the 2 lane all the way to the end, or are we talking about 4 lane all the way to the end of the property?
That I would have to leave to our Public Works Director, who I think is trapped outside at the moment.
So
But the
Because
negotiations are for the 2 lanes at this point until something else would trip.
But
But
is
for
the
ri-
right-of-way?
But for the
part-
right-of-way, for
okay,
the full
yes.
4 laning was the key to this project. So the
Okay,
right-of-way for the full
okay.
4 laning, the interim construction of the 2, and the impact fee credit to build those 2, and then potentially in the next phase of the projects to finish a build out as a future discussion.
Okay, and my
Yeah.
second thing is this going to coincide with everything we're going to need moving forward to extend the parkway all the way around?
That would have to come as
For this
we
portion,
look at the
correct?
other projects.
This portion?
For this portion, that is one of the reasons staff brought this forward and worked with the engineer and the applicant, because they were willing to do the full 4-lane dedication instead of a piecemeal or potentially never get the next piece. And for this current identified section of St. John's, it does fill in a critical gap.
That's what I wanted to
In
make
staff's
sure,
opinion.
because I don't want to have a portion here to where we can never connect.
Correct.
So I just want to make sure that's, okay, thank you.
Councilman Hammer, I'm right along there with you. The right-of-way is a big acquisition with this project. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, council? Okay, thank you, ma'am. Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item, please step forward, sir.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. I understand the comprehensive plan just has to change just because that's one of the criteria with which we have to move forward with development within the city. But with you, I agree with you, Mayor. The density does not have to be the maximum density that you can get. I personally, since I live on a farm, am very happy with 1 house every 2.5 acres. So let's just see. They're only proposing 70 on the 32 acres, which is very nice. They could get more. I'm very happy that's all they're asking for. But when I look at the difference between 70 versus what it would be of only 15 houses. That's more my lifestyle of what I'd like to see in the city of Palm Bay and not a higher density population. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Yes, sir, come on up. Well, I was going to let you rebut if, yeah, but let me, sir, Mr. Wise, I guess no one else wants to speak, so come on up. Just wanted to get all those questions out for you.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. As I mentioned earlier, we are requesting the lowest density that the city has, and that is 5 units per acre, and we're only proposing 2.2 units per acre. We have designed and permitted, and our majority are under construction of well over 2,500 single-family lots just north of us. And if you've been in this area, you've seen it's going vertically very quickly and growing quickly. We already have the Publix open, and Four Star is a big part of that, who's the applicant tonight. They brought in the utilities for that infrastructure. They built the stormwater management systems, including the one that Publix and the future Odyssey School will tie into, and all of these commercials. We have 9 or 10 applications right now for different commercial end users, and that's because of all these residential rooftops that are coming in. So this does support all of that commercial. What we're proposing is different than all those 2,500 plus lots that are just north of us. These are 60 and 70-foot wide lots. They don't get to a half an acre, but this are the largest lots that will be in this entire area. We did that because we wanted a different product. We wanted to bring in something larger, but to go to a larger size with the infrastructure cost to extend utilities, extend the parkway, put in our own subdivision road, stormwater management and amenities, we just couldn't have that few lots and be successful. The shape of it, as you will see, is very narrow L shape. So if we did something with larger lots, they would be extremely shallow and difficult to build on. This is a total of 35 parcels we put together to make this project happen. And so we're pretty excited about the ability to provide that different larger lot product than anything else in this area that's bringing in new homes. And of course, we're extending, as I mentioned earlier, the parkway and the utilities. So with that said, this vote, of course, is for the small scale comprehensive plan amendment. And so we're requesting for us just 2.2 units per acre.
So, any questions, gentlemen? So I'll say this, Mr. Wise. Thank you for hearing what I've been saying on the dais for 5 years. That's the first thing. I want this to be successful so that your lot capacity increases as well. I'd like to see that one day. So I'm going to support this item because you have compromised over time, and so has your client. So thank you for listening.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. And it doesn't go unnoticed, sir.
Thank you. We do have another one coming your way that
Yeah.
has the 1 acre to
Yeah.
the 3
Yes.
acres that you've been asking for.
I'm just,
Stay
one at a
tuned.
time. Mr. Wise?
Stay tuned.
One at a time. One at a time. All right. I think that concludes. Thank you, sir. I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
Motion to approve ordinance 2025-47.
Second. Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Ms. Smith?
The following item is quasi-judicial in nature. Public hearings, agenda item number 7. Any person who wishes to testify on such a matter must sign a speaker card which contains a sworn oath to tell the truth. Any individual addressing the council must state his or her name and confirm that a speaker card has been signed. Council should disclose any ex parte communication by disclosing the subject matter of the communication and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place. The order of this proceeding will be as follows. First, staff will make its presentation, followed by the applicant, then any other interested party. Any speaker may be subject to cross-examination by the council or any other interested party. Any other person may speak for a maximum of 3 minutes. The applicant will then be allowed concluding remarks. The quasi-judicial body may modify the time limits on its own motion or upon request of a party to the proceeding. The hearing will then be closed, and no additional testimony or argument will be allowed. The council will then deliberate in public. At the end of deliberation, a council member will make a motion in the application to bring the matter to a vote. Each council member is then free to vote in favor or against the motion. Ordinance 2025-48, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the zoning ordinance of the City of Palm Bay by changing the zoning of property from GU, General Use Holding District, and AU, Agricultural Residential, Brevard County, to RS3, Single Family Residential District, which property is located north of Willowbrook Street in the vicinity southwest of the intersection of St. John's Heritage Parkway and Mariloma Boulevard, and legally described herein, providing for a change of the zoning map, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing and defer to Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Just real briefly, Ms. Smith gave a comprehensive remarks and review of what this is. I'll just remind you again, yes, this will come back for a second reading, and we will bring back the TIF and the right-of-way documents before that. And to your point again, yes, Mr. Wise and the Four Star Group have been very transparent, very forthright and earnest in our negotiations, and I am confident we're going to be able to deliver.
Thank you. Any questions, council? Okay. Deputy Mayor, speaker cards?
Craig from Four Star. Craig Hot Top.
Craig Hotop, 4-star, 490 Center Lake, Panama. Sorry, I just moved from Panama. The Palm Bay. Just here to answer any questions that the council may have.
Okay, council, any questions? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. No questions at this time. Okay, that was the last speaker. I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
Motion to approve ordinance 2025-48.
Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Johnson. Councilman Hammer.
Yeah, I just want to say, as I was coming into being elected, one of the things that I pushed for was when a developer comes in, I would like them to be responsible for the utilities they use, for the services that they will need, and for everything that they bring that is going to either help or burden the city. And I am happy that they came through and heard what we were saying, and I'm glad to see that. But one thing that I do want to make sure is the development is going 4 lanes all the way to the end, because this is not a burden that we should be paying for. I don't think we need this as a city, but if the developer wants to come in and do that, our city has spent a lot of money on this parkway out here. That whole parkway was paid for by us. So this is our time to start not having to pay for it anymore. So I am very, very, very in support of that road being 4-lane all the way to the end. Thanks.
Thank you. I've got Mr. Wise mentioned the commercial utilities expansion was accommodating the future of that corridor. I just wanted to share that aspect of it also. And then the right-of-way, and staff will continue to negotiate that. Right now, I've got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. We are now on public comments. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be calling a number and a last name in groups of 5. So the first 5 speakers is card number 474, Lance Fisher. Number 475, Mr. Batten. 476, Judge Majid. 477, De La Paz. And 478, Michael Brietti.
Carry on, sir.
Lance Fisher, Palm Bay Police, Deputy Chief Retired. The reason we all here today and these chambers are filled is because each of you have failed your responsibilities as leaders. This council has ignored pleas from your community over the past several months for action to be taken. But let's be clear, Councilman Langevin didn't use excessive force against Esteban Morris, a Hispanic male, tasing him off a motorcycle, sending him to the hospital. Langevin didn't fail to terminate Officer Mitchell, allowing him to tase Thomas Farley, a black citizen, causing paralyzation, which led to his death. It was Chief Agello, not Langevin, that continues to retain this officer. It was Chief Agello, not Langevin, that failed to discipline Officer Ramadetti when he posted discriminatory social media posts indicating that he would rather die than be treated by black officers. It was not Langevin that hired not once but twice Officer Sean Rollins, who has terrorized the members of the black community in Columbia, South Carolina, Mascot, Florida, and now Palm Bay, Florida. For the meeting in the back, Google Officer Sean Rollins and see what you find. It was Officer Sean Rollins that is seen on video choking and striking a handcuffed pregnant black female, not Councilman Langevin. It is Officer Rollins that is currently being sued for police brutality by Councilman Hughes from the city of Mascot, where Officer Rollins previously worked. News articles from Columbia, South Carolina never mention Councilman Langevin's name when they describe Officer Rollins' termination from Columbia PD for the excessive number of use of force cases, 8 in a 5-month period. 7 of those were against black citizens. It is this same city council that has ignored 15 months of me coming to this podium demanding leadership change within my own police department for the failure to protect its officers and community. A leadership team that has 0 minority officers in the command staff, 6 white males lead an organization in a city that is 20% black and 20% Hispanic. A police department that has never promoted a black female above the rank of sergeant. A police department that does not have a single black officer above the rank of lieutenant. A chief and deputy chief that continue to promote by loyalty over merit. This council failed to even acknowledge the 185 times that Chief Agello weaponized his own police department to target, harass, and discriminate against his own neighbors. Yet this council has done nothing to ignore the complaints and pleas from your community. But now you want to break your silence. Why? Not because it affects your community, because the community you serve, but because it affects you as individuals. It affects your campaign funds. This council, city manager, and city attorney, you don't have the right to pick and choose which racially discriminatory words or actions you will stand against. Every incident of racial discrimination, especially at the hands of those who have sworn to protect this community, should draw criticism from this council, state representatives, and the very community that fills this chamber tonight. Tonight shouldn't be about the resignation of Councilman Langevin. It should be about the resignation of each and every one of you that have failed this community, ignored multiple accusations of discrimination, and done nothing to prevent tonight from happening. Again, I will speak to anyone, anytime, and any place, to include Chief Agello and his command staff, and provide the documentations that support my comments tonight. Any questions before I leave? Thank you.
Bill Batten.
Thank you.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. First, I'd like to thank staff for all the extra work that they've been having to do tonight to make this thing happen. I see it, and I know that I appreciate the extra effort. That's number one. Number two, we should have a crowd like this every council meeting to be actively engaged in our community. I've been coming to these things for a long time, long time, almost 40 years, and I only see activity like this when somebody's feelings get hurt. I want to see the same activity for engagement into my city on the daily city business, if that would be possible. Item number 3, I appreciated not revamping the agenda to the extent that you did. It worked out very well. We'll see how it goes from there. And item number 4, under consent agenda item number 4, since I won't get a chance to discuss it, I was going through the packet and I did a quick tabulation on what it was going to cost. It was over several $1 million worth of activity that I could not discuss with you. And that since we're revamping on stuff, let's go ahead and revamp. The consent agenda items can be addressed in the chambers so that people understand where their millions of dollars go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Ali Majid. I served as a felony prosecutor and as a judge for 27 years in the 18th Judicial Circuit. Tonight, I stand before you not only to show solidarity with my Indian community, but also to serve as a bridge of peace and conciliation. As Mother Teresa said, Peace begins with a smile. And to you, my friend, I offer a refreshing smile and a warm handshake. You sail openly on the ship of Christianity. John 13. By this, all people will know that you are my disciples if you have love for one another. A new command I have given you, as I have loved you, so you must love one another. I ask you, my friend, do you truly wish to enter old age known for insults and unrestrained vitriol? Will your children remember you as a father with a heart as black as coal and a tongue as caustic as acid? Will your words be remembered for human degradation or for kindness and dignity? Are you among those whom President Trump might label a loser, a nasty person, or a foul and festering sore in our midst? Do you want your legacy to be that of an elected official whose overheated words incited and justified violence against the harmless, the innocent, and law-abiding citizens? You may think that your conduct will get you to higher political office, but are you not mindful of those famous words? For what does it beget a man, that he shall lose his soul and gain the world? The scriptures emphasize that a disciple must be a part of a community. The Indian community loves America. We believe in America, and we pledge our allegiance. We are, without exception, patriotic Americans. 3 of my nephews, Steve Majid, U.S. Navy, Rick Majid, U.S. Air Force, Omar Majid, U.S. Marines. Did you just Google me? Sundar Pichai, an Indian, is head of Google. Did you just check the time? Arabic numerals. Did you just access Microsoft? Another Indian, Satya Nadella. Oh, and do you have Bose earphones? Another Indian, Omar Bose. Your mother did not carry you for 9 months to give birth to a son with vitriol in his veins and hatred in his heart. Why don't you make your mother proud? Why don't you stop embarrassing your children?
Thank you.
Why don't you stop embarrassing your lovely wife? From the Muslim community, I say Assalamu alaikum. From the Indian community, I say Namaste. May God bless you and your loving wife and your loving children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Romeo De La Paz,
Romy De La Paz.
number 477.
Good evening, mabuhay, Mayor Rob Medina and the City Council of Palm Bay, and to our community.
Romy?
Yes. I'm standing already, but I think it's better for me to be in the higher platform.
No, right there. No, Romy, right there. Can someone lower the podium for him? Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan.
Okay. Oh, very good. Very good.
Thank you. Thank you. That's.
My name again is Romeo De La Paz. My family came to Palm Bay in 1972, building a house in Abbott Avenue. Although I arrived here in 1986. Now that house is still our family residence. I am here to support and extend solidarity to the Indian community. I've been a past president of the Palm Bay Jaycees, 1988-1999, and a career that gave me a chance to work with the City of Palm Bay, the government, and the community, a career that led me to the State and national performances, ending as being honored as a Junior Chamber of Commerce Senator number 51444. Now, my learning from working here in the city of Palm Bay give me confidence to participate in the National Federation of Filipino American Associations that has about 2,000 plus associations affiliated. And I was elected member of the Board of Governors for one term, that was for 2 years. That's why with the learnings I got from the JCs, I still remember the JC Creed, a line that says that the brotherhood of men, that includes also the sisterhood of women. The brotherhood of men transcends beyond the sovereignty of nations. We believe in the JC's internationalism, and I'm proud to say that the only and the first World Congress hosted here in Florida by Florida JCs, with 6,000 international visitors, delegates. I carried the name of the city of Palm Bay as the state chair for.
Thank you, Romy.
Yeah. So again, I am
I
here
have to
in
cut you off.
solidarity.
Thank you. Thank you, Romy. Thank you.
Michael Bruyetti, followed by Doug Hook, and then Ken Delgado. Numbers 479 and 493. Those are the last two cards.
Michael Brady, 742 Cornelia Avenue. First, I'd like to say I love the Indian community. Very kind and generous people. I'm here tonight not to call Langevin out on his behavior because Langevin has been open on his views well before he was elected. I'm here to call out everyone else on this dais for knowing these facts from the beginning and doing absolutely nothing. Since Langevin was elected to that seat, he's had derogatory statements against the Latin, Hispanic, Muslim, Jewish, and even in the African American communities. I take no offense to it. That's Chandler being Chandler. I am Latin, my wife Hispanic. Yet none of you had a problem with that. It wasn't until Langevin spoke against the Indian community that it now became an issue in all of your eyes. Why? And I'm going to tell you why. It's because the Indian community is the largest contributor of your campaign funds, and I'm quite sure a record request of your donor sheets would prove what I'm saying. Wasn't it you, Jaffe, that campaigned with Langevin? And wasn't it you, Medina, along with Herodopoulos and Fine, that endorsed both Jaffe and Langevin in their respective races for those seats? You all knew Langevin for who he was all this time. But now that none of you can control what he says or does under your direction, you turn on him. So the puppet show came to an end, essentially. So if everyone named within deems to suddenly hold Langevin accountable, you should all hold yourselves accountable. In fact, I'm asking you, Medina, Jaffe, and Johnson, to resign your seats with Langevin, if that's the case. Let me give you three another reason to resign with Langevin. You, Jaffe, Johnson, and Langevin voted to silence the very community that voted you in office, but suddenly had a change of mind when realizing that it was upcoming election year. So obviously, that was miscalculated. Now, I do not agree with Langevin's views on race at all, but if you're going to crucify him for exercising his constitutionally protected right, then crucify yourselves for not acting on this from the beginning. I'm ashamed of all of you, as you unwarrantedly stated to Lance Fisher at one time, two of you up on that dais. Adding that he's far more honorable than any one of you up there. You are not my mayor and council. You are not and have not been representative of me, the citizens, nor our tax dollars as evidence in your decision-making this past year. And I hope moving forward, the citizens hold you accountable.
Doug Hook.
Doug Hook, Palm Bay Sustainability Advisory Board member. Thank you, councils, for your time tonight. I'd like to briefly provide an update on our recent Sustainability Advisory Board meeting that we had last week. But first, I'd be remiss to not acknowledge the passion the community is showing tonight by showing up for one another and to support each other. It really shows the power that we have as a whole community together. Last week's meeting was a very positive, encouraging meeting that we used to establish some steps forward for the Palm Bay Sustainability Advisory Board. During the meeting, we actually were able to discuss different responsibilities that us as board members would actually take on an individual level moving forward to try to identify opportunities to improve Palm Bay along the way. Some of these ideas were to re-engage the community, such as individuals, organizations, and even developers coming to Palm Bay, and finding areas of opportunities to where each one of those different organizations are able to bring forward sustainability practices in Palm Bay. We also would like to re-engage with city leadership and find ideas and opportunities from you guys that we would be able to develop and move forward with as a part of the Sustainability Board. One of the other things that we worked on was identify areas where native plants could be used within the city limits and improve on that. We also identified areas for stormwater and water quality improvement projects that we could look forward to. And also we were looking at exploring the potential for having a social media platform that was specifically designed for the city's sustainability efforts. During the meeting, city staff also presented an opportunity to utilize some native plants at the monolith that's at the end of Port Malabar Road at US 1. We are going to visit that land and see what kind of plants might be able to work in that and see what city staff might be able to do and advise them in that manner. Multiple board members were also able to attend this week's Coffee with the City Manager on Tuesday, where we gathered some ideas that we might present towards the board from that meeting itself. Lastly, I'd like to say that we would love to hear from the community at large and participate in our board members. Kind of like Mr. Batten said, the turnout for tonight is fantastic. The turnout for some of our boards are not so much fantastic. And we would love the opportunity to hear from the community on what is important to them. If it's native plants, if it is improving water and air quality, if it is projects that they can come up with themselves that we would be able to use the board to present to the city council, that would be fantastic. Our next Sustainability Advisory Board meeting is going to be October 22nd in these chambers at 6 p.m. And we would like to invite the community and anybody who is interested in that to participate with us at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Johnson?
Mr. Hook. So I would recommend starting with the Turkey Creek Restoration Feasibility Study. That was a grant-funded study that was done a few years ago, and they gave a lot of recommendations on how we can move forward.
Okay.
Funding, of course, is the main caveat.
Yes.
But there are organizations, I'll have to email you the information, but there's a company that actually, they go for the funding themselves. They take a portion, and they also do the engineering in-house as well.
Okay, awesome.
So I'll, between me or staff, we'll get you that information.
Excellent. That would be great.
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker.
Ken Legato.
Ken Delgado, 154 Angelo Road, southeast Palm Bay. Just came back from Lake Mary at a seminar for pastors, for Liberty pastors. And today I just wanted to talk about Charlie Kirk, if I may. We know that he lost his life not too long ago, and he lost it for different reasons. But today I'd like to honor him. Some people think that his views was all about politics, and so I have here a note from Lori Vincent, who was there when his life was extinguished, and this is what she said. She said, he didn't just want people to be conservative, he wanted them to be saved. You could tell the passion in his voice when he shared the gospel. While those who hated him for his political views, there is no doubt that underneath all of that hatred was a hatred for Christian worldview and the proclamation that Jesus is Lord and God over all. Because of that, I think Charlie was a martyr, not just for his politics, but more importantly for Christ. His last message to the world was that of Christ's deity, death, resurrection, and supremacy over all things. And I think it's important to share that his number one priority, wherever he went, to the universities and to the schools, was to share Jesus Christ. That was number one priority. His second priority was this, to make sure that the first priority was accomplished. Jesus Christ came down, and it says that he came with grace and with truth. Truth is important, but if we don't have grace in there, then we're missing the point of Jesus Christ and the very message that Charlie Kirk gave. As the first person who spoke said, that by this we'll know that there is a God and that we love one another. And love is a principal thing. And so today I just want to honor Charlie Kirk for his stance on the truth, on the grace, on the power of resurrection, and that as a body of Christ we should be exuding that very thing. And so glad to be back here. I've been gone first to Honduras, then to Orlando, but glad to be here. God bless you all. We are praying for each and every one of you. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Cynthia Saturday. Cynthia Saturday?
Number?
This one did not come with a number. She just handed it to me last moment.
Cynthia.
No, it's not Mike Shaw. Cynthia.
Where? In the doorway? Cynthia? Thank you.
Okay, I gotta put my stuff back in the pockets. My name's Cynthia Saturday.
Go ahead and get closer to the mic, Cynthia, please.
Hold on. Trying to close this out. Good evening. My name's Cynthia Saturday. My address is 5150 North Dixie Highway, Palm Bay, Florida. The last few months, Chandler has demonized Muslims, Democrats, per the vigil for the left-wing violence victims, which is interesting. Over 70% of all political violence and death are from right-wing supporters. And now the homeless and Indian Americans, all of which are citizens of Palm Bay. Chandler even demonized Section 8 housing folks, which is ironic considering that I've read that Chandler himself was in Section 8 apartments before he ran for office. Last week at the City Council meeting, the public brought up their concerns and outrage over City Councilman Chandler's printing and distributing of his hate for left, which is another dog whistle target, Charlie Kirk visual for victims of left-wing violence, and marched to City Hall. At the bottom of Chandler's flyers, he used his official title as Palm Bay City Councilman Chandler Legan, as if his dog whistle march was sanctioned by you all on the Palm Bay Diocese. And you all voiced no real dissent or protest. Many citizens, right, left, and center, voiced their concerns over Chandler's flyer and how decisive and potentially dangerous Chandler's repeated use of dog whistles was for our community. Jaff voiced his dissent over Chandler's anti-Muslim dog whistle. Thank you. Jaff also voiced his dissent over Chandler's flyer. Thank you. Reverend Mayor and Preacher Kenny Johnson took us to church with scripture and another proclamation of not doing the people's will, but doing what God lays on your heart. Like not showing up for Filberto's arrest incident and delaying the vote, blocking the vote. You all took an oath to the U.S. Constitution to serve all the people. When you pull your scripture routine and commence to religious pontifications, you violate your oath of office, and you violate our First Amendment rights. By the way, the U.S. Treaty of Tripoli states, the United States government is not in any sense founded by the Christian religion. Citizens asked you repeatedly if taxpayers paid for those flyers and security and police presence during Chandler's march to the People's Palm Bay City Hall. All of you guys sitting on the dais largely ignored us. Several people left, right, and center asked you all to censure Chandler. All of you sitting on the dais didn't address those questions and largely ignored us. And the hilarious part is, it wasn't till Chandler really pissed off one of your MAGA Republican biggest supporters and donors based in Brevard County in the state of Florida. It was then and only then, you all on the Palm Bay City Council dais,
Ma'am,
along
time's
with,
up.
along
Thank
with,
you.
my time's up?
Yes, ma'am.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, all the council members, and thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm American citizen, and I'm kind of really bothered to see the statement, what I saw it, which has really bothered me because I'm here for last 45 years. I call myself American, and I take a pride to call myself American. I have worked very hard. I have received my American dream, and I have done everything possible I can do to be what I am today, to make sure that I'm true American. If I'm called for anything to do for America, I would do it. I would do it with my full heart. My family would do it. And I'm doing everything possible. I'm involved in junior achievement. I'm involved in hunger projects, involved in United Way, FIT. You talk about any organizations, me and my families are involved. We are really hurt to see the comment like every Indian. I didn't appreciate that. I don't appreciate that. I hope that before making some comment like that, somebody should have come and said, let's talk, let's sit down. What the Indians are all about. Every Indians have worked hard. They are here to work hard. They work hard, and they are really faithful. They are peaceful people. They have never really, most of them have worked hard, and they are very, very peaceful. And everybody knows that. We do everything possible to make it America great. And I want to see America great. And America is the best country in the world. I have traveled all over the world, and I have said every time, whether I go to India or anywhere, I said, there is no place like America. So please make sure that nothing like this ever happens. Nobody should make comment like this, not in Brevard County, not in United States, and I would like to see that it never happens, and I want some apologies from the person who said that. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I'm really American. America is number one. America is always going to be there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes the cards.
Okay, that concludes public comments. Okay, so we're now on the consent agenda. Any council members wish to pull any items? I need a motion.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Johnson. Any discussion, gentlemen? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. So we are now on procurements. Item number 1. Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. This item is to, make sure I'm on the right one, increase the South Regional Water Treatment Plant and expansion from 6 million to 8 million gallons a day.
Hey, folks, we're still, I want to call this meeting to order. Carry on, Mr. Morton.
This project is funded entirely by utility connection fees collected from new growth, meaning there's no current impact on ratepayers for this project. I think it's a great project in terms that it ensures current residents. This project really, Gabriel is going to speak about this, helps serve our existing residents to ensure that our current community has a high supply and high security supply of clean water, even as our demands increase. It does help alleviate the current risk we have of overtaxation of our wells and helps extend service life of our existing wells by lowering long-term maintenance and operation costs. And of course, this is a preemptive move to plan expansions to keep pace with demand, so we avoid more expensive, costly emergency measures, shutdowns, repairs, with the aim of protecting our ratepayers and our citizens from paying higher costs as time goes on. With that, Gabriel's here to say a few things about it that answer questions that you may have.
Thank you, Matt. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
This project is to put in a 5th RO well at the South RO plant that will help support us going from 6 million gallons a day to 8.3 million gallons a day. Very excited about this coming online for us to be able to, again, have a more resilient supply of water. Be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Council, any questions? Deputy Mayor, any speaker cards?
No cards, Mayor.
Okay, I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Hammer, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. Any further discussion, gentlemen? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Item number 2, Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. I'm going to turn this item over to Gabriel Bowden, and we have representatives from Morton Smith here tonight to give you a very brief discussion and presentation on this item.
Great. This is about entering into a pre-construction agreement with our CMAR, Contract Manager at Risk, that you all approved unanimously several months ago. This is for contracted services for the North RO plant. This being our first step into CMAR, we thought it might be a good idea to have Wharton Smith's representative kind of talk through the value of a CMAR, kind of what the pre-construction value will be for us, and kind of how it goes, just to make sure everybody's extremely comfortable as we go into this alternative process for doing the North RO plant. Any questions for me, or would you like to hear from Nathan at Wharton Smith?
Right now, I don't have any questions, but let's hear from Nathan.
Thank you, Council. So I'm Nathan Hillard. I'm a Vice President of Wharton Smith. I've been with the company 21 and a half years.
You could raise that lectern. There's a height. You see a height button right in front of you? Okay.
Oh.
And then
Motorized.
if you lower it down, be
Perfect,
courteous
thank
for your next speaker.
And I've been doing construction manager at risk delivery nearly all 22 years at Wharton Smith. A little bit about Wharton Smith. We're the largest wastewater builder in the state of Florida. More importantly to you, we are a local company with offices in Rockledge. And throughout the state of Florida, we're also just to your south in Palm Beach Gardens and just to your north in Sanford, where our corporate headquarters are. We are a Florida headquartered firm in Sanford since 1984. So let's get into to CMAR. CMAR is going to outperform any other delivery method that you're used to, the design, bid, build. In any of the collaborative performance indicators, what you all use to measure a project as successful, whether it's cost, schedule, risk management, quality or safety, CMAR is going to outperform the traditional hard bid method. Your contractor is finally going to be an advocate and not an adversary. We all know, we've heard the stereotypes about low bid contractors. We are here to be your partner. So it starts with the collaboration and the pre-construction services. That's the agenda item that you're here to approve today. We're going to maximize collaboration by being involved with the designer and your staff early on. That's increasing the design quality, providing cost certainty from the beginning, a reliable schedule, logistics plan, and ultimately managing risk the best. So let's talk about lowering the cost just a little bit. You know, first of all, any value engineering idea is the better way to build the mousetrap. Those ideas are going to get incorporated into your project early so that you reap those cost savings. I talked about cost certainty. Right from the very get-go, you're going to start receiving cost estimates, so there's no surprise on bid day when you open the envelopes and you go, oh my gosh, what just happened? We're going to give you cost estimates as the project progresses through design. You know, that's the old way of doing things where you design and then you truly get your budget on bid day when you get the big surprise. Here, we're going to get the budget and then design to that budget. There's no extra fees that you don't normally see in a construction project. Things like fees, bonds, insurances, subcontracts, purchase orders. Those are all things that you pay in every construction contract that you do, except now it's transparent. You get to actually see what you're paying instead of just one number at the bottom of the bid form. We can also accelerate the schedule better than traditional design bid build. That's working with your design firm to look at, you know, key design milestones like permitting or getting equipment on order, but you're going to truly know when your project's going to finish as opposed to finishing months or years late. And we can do that through ordering equipment. I don't know if you've all heard the electrical gear and things that standby generators. Everything's taking so much longer to get these days. So we help really eliminate that. Overall, in a plant project, and you all have several plant projects coming, CMAR is typically going to deliver those projects 12 to 18 months faster. That's per project because of some of those schedule advantages. You heard me talk about risk, right? They say it's construction manager at risk. We like to say without risk because together we're going to work to eliminate the risk before the job goes to construction. But we still maintain that risk. Price, schedule, subcontractor performance, quality, safety, all those things. Perhaps most importantly, though, the risks that you avoid are the limited contractor interest, the big surprises on bid day, late finishes due to equipment or poor performance of a contractor, and those lost value-saving opportunities. You avoid those risks.
I think we've experienced all of that.
I've heard there's a challenging project going on at one of the facilities. And I didn't mention, by the way, we actually built your South RO plant back in 2004. I was an intern on that project, and that job was finished on time, brand-new facility. And then with the selection of a CMAR, good contractor, you know, you're going to get construction excellence, things built right the first time and on time. Safety is always paramount. I can tell you that our firm maintains an experience modification rate of 0.61. Anything below 1 is considered very good. That means we send our guys home safely at night to be with their families. And we've never been fined from OSHA, never had a fatality in the company. Now, I went through this really fast, but in summary, all those performance indicators that you all use to measure a project's success, CMAR will outperform design, bid, build in all those. And it's not just you. Those are just a few of your neighbors. City of Rockledge is using design build. We've done CMAR for Cocoa. The map doesn't show it, but down to the south, Port St. Lucie, tons of people using CMAR. It's no longer alternative delivery, really. It's primary delivery in water and wastewater facilities. So.
Thank you.
We've done several previous RO plants. I don't need to go through each one of those. We've done $1.8 billion in current and previous RO plants, so you can look at those slides at your convenience.
Thank you. Council, any questions, Mr. Nathan? Seeing none, I have a question. Perhaps Mr. Bowden or Mr. Barber can come forward. You know, it really piqued my interest regarding that South Water plant where you were an intern. And our procurement bidding process is what's concerned to me. If we have a company that built on time and had performance measures met, is there something that's equipped into that bidding process as to previous work history within our city, part of that procurement process?
Good evening. So for the qualifications, which our delivery method and our solicitation process was on RFQ, we take in experience and qualifications into consideration. But for the traditional design bid build, it's more of a low cost where it's based on lump sum, and again, it's the lowest price. But again, delivery method we're utilizing now definitely took into account the design, the qualification, I should say, of the firm.
So are we looking at in the future considering best practices outcome measures?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yeah, we're
I'm tracking.
moving towards more CMAR, just to aid in the success of our projects. So this is the first one.
Copy that. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Bell.
So that there's the invitation to bid, and then there's also
Yes.
an RFP, request for proposals.
Yes.
Which you could also have a little bit of that would be outside of CMAR. So CMAR isn't the only way that we can get some qualifications. And there are some others, and George and I have been talking about the best way and which projects to do that, to deliver the results for the city on time and on budget.
Yes, sir. I'm just thinking outside of yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Council, anyone, any speaker cards?
No, Mayor.
Okay. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. We're now on new business, item number 1. Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2025-49, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Title 9, General Regulations, Chapter 99, Maintenance of Abandoned Foreclosing Residential Properties, by modifying language related to foreclosing residential properties, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for inclusion in City of Palm Bay Code of Ordinances, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. I'm going to defer to Deputy Mayor Jaffe.
Thank you, Mayor. There's just some small language cleanup and this, and I'd ask Mr. Morton if he or city attorney could present it. We have one speaker card on it.
Okay.
The main changes to the ordinance, the foreclosure registry ordinance previously really relied upon property being abandoned. We've simplified the ordinance to really focus on when the foreclosure happens. The bank files a lis pendens, they foreclosing the property, that initiates when they must register with the property. And that's really the biggest change, not so much if the property is abandoned, but focusing on the foreclosure.
Copy that. Thank you, ma'am. This is Deputy Mayor with C.J. Johnson and I worked on before, and you're cleaning it up?
Yeah, and CJ's here.
Okay, you want to call him up, sir?
CJ
Okay.
Johnson, yep.
Come on up, CJ.
When we wrap this, we can excuse staff that don't need to hang out all night. Because we'll be done with the agenda.
How you doing, sir?
Doing well.
Carry on.
So this is an amendment to change the current language, which originally had that the property had to be in foreclosure and vacant. And as your current vendor, it's not a best practice that we manage for our 200 clients across the country. And this is language that will help get more registrations in from banks. So this is not going to impact your residents. This is going to be registrations coming directly from banks. And right now, we're tracking about 362 foreclosures within the city of Palm Bay. So that's going to help require the banks to also maintain those properties through the foreclosure process. So it doesn't lower the value of the surrounding communities. And one of the things that we would also like to recommend is currently your fee is set at $100. And the national average right now is $300 per registration. I think that would bring in additional revenue to the city of Palm Bay coming from banks and non-residents to the tune of anywhere from $75,000 to $100,000 a year, depending on how many foreclosures happen within the city.
That was my next question, because you and I have discussed that previously, right? So, yes, I like the fact that you continue to work for us, right? And I think it's really sincere that you're sharing it. That information is going to come directly from the banks. You don't even need to get that information. They'll voluntarily send it to you?
Correct. We mine the data every night. We get about 500 million lines of data coming in every night from all over the country. And we're bringing in everything for the city of Palm Bay. We have all the contacts for every single bank in the country, every servicer, property preservation company. And as that foreclosure hits, we immediately let them know of the registration requirements and what they need to do to make sure that they maintain the property.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions for Mr. Johnson? Anything else you want to add, sir?
Just we're in support of this ordinance.
Copy that. So Deputy Mayor, the increase in funding, is this the opportunity to do that in a motion? I guess I can ask that of the city attorney.
The current fee is 100. If I make a motion, approve an ordinance 2025-49 and increasing the fee to the bank to 300, can that be done in this motion?
We're going,
I don't see user fees in the ordinance. I just,
because usually the user, is this one where the user fees are in the resolution? A lot of our user fees aren't actually in ordinance. Can we find out first where the user fee is?
Yes,
Typically,
ma'am.
we keep those separate. There are some that are within the ordinance, but a lot of times we have a separate list that only includes our user fees. I don't have the entire ordinance. Let me pull it.
I mean, I guess I'll just make a motion to approve an ordinance 2025-49, and staff will bring back at a future meeting language to approve a rate change.
Okay.
Second.
I'll second. Okay. Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Hammer.
She said we couldn't do it in the ordinance.
Oh, I didn't.
No,
No, they were checking it out.
yeah, can we possibly amend that to, if it's possible to do with the ordinance, we won't bring it back. If we have to, we'll bring it back this way if it's done. It's
Yes,
done.
okay,
Yeah.
so remove the second, then
I'll remove my
then I'm a
second.
I will
I'll
amend my
second this
motion
one.
to approve ordinance 2025-49 as stated, and if possible to be done through this ordinance, increase the user fee to $300.
I'll second that. Okay, I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by the mayor. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. We are now on item number 2. Mr. Morton.
Mayor, real quick, we don't have speaker cards on it, and if to entertain the board if we make a motion to table this until the
Okay.
October 16th meeting.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion to table by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Tabled. So now we're on, we combined items 3 and 4, and the first thing I want to say, Councilman Johnson, thank you for bringing this item forward. I really appreciated the fact that you brought this forward. I had gone down a separate avenue only because I felt the urgency of the community. I anticipated the urgency of the community well in advance. So I reacted since we're combining the two, the discussion of decorum mixed with yours, I think it was appropriate. I was being more loving and kind. But I anticipated the outpouring of our community. And I just want to police a few items, if I will. The very first thing I want to share, as we discuss this, the very first item I want to share and disclose, because a lot of misinformation has already been spoken on the public comments. But let me be clear. When I was a very young man, back in 1990, I worked for the state of Florida. And I was honored and blessed to serve the community as a marketing consultant for the Florida Lottery. Many of the people that are here today knew me as a young man over 35 years ago. And in that, the man that embraced me, there are several, but one of them was Mike Shaw in his store. So for those of you that don't know, I had no inclinations of ever running for office. But when I did, Mike Shaw and many of these individuals did come and support me, not because of any political issue, but because they knew the man that I was. They knew the fact that I was a man of the Most High God. So with that being said, there was much was said here accusing me and several other individuals on this dais. And I just want to make that clear and paint that picture, because people that support me long before I ever ran for office. They're supporting a man that loves God. They're supporting a man that loves this community, that has given volunteer hours and service to everyone by lifting families up. So I'll start with that. And I also wanted to share, as I thank you for bringing this forward, what was said was devastating, and I reacted in such a manner that I made a public announcement in a letter because I knew it would be devastating to our community. Secondly, I requested a special council meeting. And I understand there's difficult challenges with our calendars. So I honored council, but I felt that once it was placed on the agenda, gentlemen, that I couldn't take it back and cancel. I had to give the community an opportunity to speak. So I pivoted and made a town hall meeting. And in that, many of the people that you see here today spoke. And I was honored and blessed to be able to hear from each and every one. Many people, not only the Americans of Indian descent, came and spoke, but many people came and spoke. And I was honored that I was able to do that and give them an opportunity as an outlet. With that being said, I'm going to tee it over to you, Councilman Johnson, because yours was a little more tailored in item number 4. And since they're combined, I'm going to have you present the item as well.
I appreciate it, Mayor. Right now, I'll rather just, to your point, I appreciate you having the town hall meeting. I would rather just hear from the community first.
Copy that, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. So we have several speaker cards, I'm sure. Deputy Mayor, perhaps I love the system that you included. You chose 5 individuals, they know the numbers, and we can carry on that way.
Yeah, Mayor, and I'll point out, we have 76 speaker cards, so based on the math, that'll take us past curfew. So just want to point that out.
Okay, so, all right, so let's think about that. So folks, we have 76 speaker cards. So this is going to take us past our limit. So we're going to request, if you'd like, right, to join your hearts together. As an example, if we're all going to say the same thing, let's just rally together. I do want folks to speak, each and every one of you, but I just want to bring this to your attention. If we could just combine some of those, we really appreciate it. Let's start with the first speaker.
So the first 5 are going to be 001 Fisher, 002 Geyer, 003 Mahesh Shah, 004 Henry Patel, and 005 Bharat Patel. Mr. Fisher.
So procedurally, if I filled out speaker cards for 3 and 4, I can only do one speech. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir, that's correct. We combined both.
Yeah, I'll do my one. Lance Fisher, Deputy Chief, Palm Bay PD, retired. I conducted a public records request for all of Councilman Langevin social media posts, and this is the reply that I received from your City Attorney, Patricia Smith. There are no public records responsive to your request. Chandler Langevin does not have any records in connection with the transactions of official business on any social media accounts. So if that is accurate, your own City Attorney denies that Langevin has any social media posts regarding official business. So why are we here today? Why do we need to send a letter to the governor? But because you failed your community. Today, We are all here debating the actions of an elected official, a councilman that was elected by the people, a councilman that should be held accountable by those people. But you know who's not elected? Your chief of police. He's not elected by the people. As a matter of fact, when Chief Agello retires in April of 2026, this community will not even have a say in their next police chief because city manager has already chosen to promote from within. Promote from the very culture that creates an environment that we are all speaking for and against tonight. An environment that a few bad officers praise, attacks, harm, and has even killed our minority citizens. Yet today we want to send letters to fix our problems with this council, which ignores the much bigger
Mr.
issues.
Fisher, could you try to stay on topic of the item, please?
Please stop my time if I can get that 10
Yeah,
seconds back.
it's already
Mayor, I'm
stopped.
discussing my for and against a letter to the governor. I do have a prepared speech on decorum when the last time that you violated my freedom of speech at this podium, but I can only speak one time, so I've chosen this topic. Instead of writing to the governor, take action on what you have the ability to fix from the very seat you're elected to. Ask your city attorney, Patricia Smith, why is her deputy city attorney, Rodney Edwards, also the South Brevard NAAC president? Why does this city allow a conflict of interest? The NAAC is designated to protect the black community against racial discrimination from the police, but the city attorneys whose job duties are to protect the city from those allegations. Why is Mr. Edwards' part, where is his loyalty? To the city that pays his bills or the citizens in his organization he's built to protect? Demand that the city manager hold a nationwide search for the best candidate for the next police chief. A chief like Kissimmee Police Department that has no friends and family within the walls, that will hold each individual equally accountable. A police chief that believes in diversity throughout its ranks, not just at the bottom. A chief that will allow officers to not write falsified police reports, amend facts, or submit false evidence to better suit their narratives. A police chief like Chief Broadway from Kissimmee Police Department that will place his deputy chief on leave pending an investigation for covering up police misconduct and excessive force, instead of a chief like Agello that forced out his deputy chief for speaking out. And now Chief Agello wants to reward Chief Spears for his silence by promoting him to chief in April of 26. Is this refusal to hire an outside chief so that this council will continue to have an umbrella of protection from one of their own? Is it because an outside chief will hold this council accountable for past and present actions? Is it because an outside chief might prove that what I've been saying for 15 months is accurate? Or is it because Chief Spears comes with the protection of the local FBI office since his wife was a previous Palm Bay officer and a current Brevard County FBI agent? In 2015, Palm Bay current and past city officials and government officials were investigated by the FBI, and maybe, just maybe, by selecting Chief Spears, this will be prevented from happening again. It's too little and too late for letters to the government. Take responsibility and clean your house instead of expecting others to clean it for you. Any questions?
Ed Geyer.
No, sir, hold on. Set the clock for 10 seconds more, please. Carry on, sir.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that, Mayor. When you guys change the agenda, your citizens prepare. I spent 4 hours today preparing 3 speeches for 3 items. So when you combine item 3 and 4, like you did to Mr. Batten last council, you guys are disrupting your citizens that come to this podium to speak. I have a whole speech on decorum, Mayor, from when you bashed me, and this dais bashed me on July 3rd for talking about the very police misconduct and the racial discrimination that we're here today. I have an entire speech prepared for that I won't get to speak, that this audience, this media that's here today won't get to hear me speak on that. You guys bashed me on November 25th of 2024, Mayor, you personally, and then again on July 3rd by Deputy Mayor Jaffe for bringing up police misconduct.
So we're actually going to be bringing that agenda item to a future business.
Which one, sir?
The discussion of conduct at decorum of city council will be placed on a future meeting, so your letter will not go to waste.
Well, this unfortunately will probably be the last time I speak to you all. You've ignored me for 15 months. It's time for me to move on and take different avenues.
Ed Geyer.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. First off, my name is Mayor Edward Geyer. I was the mayor of the city of Palm Bay from 1999 to 2005. What you have before you is not a unique situation. I sat right where the mayor is sitting right now and had to wait for a letter to come down from the governor, Governor Jeb Bush, to remove someone from council. It was a hard thing to do, but you have to do what the heart tells you to do and what is right. Number one, I am a Christian. I believe in the God above. I believe that Jesus rose on the third day. and I always will be. And I will always believe people will do what's right if you give them the opportunity to do it. We're talking about a community that's being attacked as a whole. Anyone up there has a God-given right to dislike anyone they want to dislike. You could dislike me, I don't care. But when you turn around and you take a whole society and you turn around and say that they did not turn around and put anything into our community or our country, I can say, I know Mr. Shaw. I know all the people that he's hired. Very good people, people that used to work for me in a hotel. I could tell you that I stood beside Judge Majid and got that cricket field out there at Fred Poppy Park. I could tell you I stood beside Judge Majid and stood and fought with the city to get those restrooms by that cricket field out there. I could tell you that I worked at the Holiday Inn Express on 520, the Space Coast Center. And I worked for a man by the name of Mr. Deepak and another man by the name of Mr. Portel, both American Indians. Man, did they pay me well. Man, did they take good care of me because I took good care of them. I'm going to tell you a story real quick. I got 18 seconds. My grandfather was an immigrant. I asked him, Grandpa, what is the best thing about coming to America? And he turned around to me and said, when they gave me that American flag, and I hold it all over my head, and I said, thank you for being an American. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
The speaker card number 3, Mahesh Shaw. Number 3, Mr. Shaw.
Mike?
Might take a minute to get her.
Mahesh Shaw.
Who?
Do you want to speak again, Mr. Shaw?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Save 3 minutes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Number 4, Henry Patel.
Up on top. Right on the top. Look. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. That's good enough. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and the commissioners, and obviously the law enforcement officers and firefighters who are here to make sure we are all safe and secure. Thank you so much. My name is Henry Patel, and I don't live here. I'm from Miami. What brings me here is the comments which were made about my community. As an immigrant myself, being in Miami from 38 years, I take pride in the country I adopted as my motherland. Maybe it's time where we need to communicate better, but our contributions are second to none. We are the highest tax-paying, law-abiding, well-educated, non-criminal, non-violent, and very passive and very docile people. Yes, our country and the world is going through a turmoil of sensitivity, but our comments should not make it worse, it should make it better. When we run for office, we represent few of our friends, but when we get elected, we represent everybody, whether it's our opponent or whether it's our supporter. So I personally take the comments of Commissioner Langevin very personal. As a hotelier, we own 60% of the industry in the country. And I'll run through statistics done by Oxford Study. We have hired 459,000 people in the state of Florida. We own 64.8% of the hotel industry in Florida. Our direct job impact is 263,000. Our annual job and wages is 23.4 billion. And we pay close to 1.43 billion taxes in this state of Florida. Let me tell you one quick story. Post 9/11, I was a board member of the largest hotel association, which I served as a chairman in 2011. We launched a program called Salute to Soldiers. This same group of people, hotel around the country, donated almost close to 96,000 room nights to the soldiers in active military duty. We know our duty to our adopted motherland, and we take it very, very passionately. If the doctors and techies leave from this country, guess what's going to happen? Who's going to take care of the patient who made a very good comment about an Indian doctor who saved his life? What happens to the Fortune 500 companies where majority of all of us might have a 401k investment? Is that what we want? I don't think so. But to summarize, today is the birthday of none other than Gandhi, our great leader. And obviously, sir, I wish you a happy birthday. Today is your birthday too. But let me tell you a lesson from Gandhi. He made this very, very unique comment. An eye for an eye is going to make the world blind.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll reach out to you. Let's have a better communication, but let's have a harmony. We are all in this together. I pledge allegiance to the same flag you do, sir, and I do respect you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Speaker card number 5, Mr. Patel. And following that will be number 6, Mr. Patel, number 7, Kearns, 8, Orend, 9, and 10, Jackie Clun.
Carry on, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Councilman, thank you for giving us the time. My name is Bharat Patel. I'm the past chairman of the Asian American Hotel Owners Association. I'd like to read a brief statement and then a comment. The Asian American Hotel Owners Association represents 20,000 members nationwide, including thousands of Indian Americans across the state of Florida. Our members are proud American entrepreneurs who create jobs, drive local economies, serve communities nationwide. Because a Palm Bay City Councilman recently made some remarks, we find ourselves in a position to speak out. The recent comments are unacceptable and divisive. They have no place in Palm Bay or anywhere in America. Calls to cease Indian migration or deport every Indian immediately are not only factually wrong, they echo some of the history's darkest rhetoric. Indian Americans are proud citizens and neighbors who embody the very best of American values: hard work, family, entrepreneurship, and community service. From small businesses, medical professionals, to veterans, engineers, teachers, and community leaders. America's strength has always come from its rich background, and attempts to demean, devalue, or exclude entire communities based upon their heritage go against the very principles of our nation. I served on the board. By the way, our current board, we have a Navy corpsman who served in the Gulf War. So, Mr. Mayor, you spoke about being the mayor of a great city. And I would say, excuse me, those comments are divisive. It breaks the public trust and endangers public safety. You know, I'm not best at quoting scripture, but it comes down to, am I my brother's keeper? And so I ask you guys to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 6, Prashant Patel.
Good evening, Mayor. Mayor Medina, honorable council members, and residents of Palm Bay and Broward County. My name is Prashant Patel. I stand here before you as the president of Indian American Business Association Chamber, IBA, here to represent the business owners, professionals, and community here today in chamber who contribute daily to the Palm Bay and Broward County economy. We stand here before you as American defending the very foundation of American society. We are here to clearly assert who we are and how we are irrevocably part of this society. The recent rhetoric is a direct attack on our dignity, and a zeal of appearing in the good books of some narrow-minded individuals takes toll on the principles of coexistence and diversity. This creates entropy, a destructive drain that pulls focus away from serious business of economic upliftment. Our loyalty and commitment to this region are proven through our actions and investments. Our community is a major stabilizing force for public revenue. Indian Americans, comprising just 1.5% of U.S. population, pay an estimated 5 to 6% of all U.S. income taxes. This revenue significantly contributes to the tax base that sustains public services in Palm Bay, Brevard County, and whole nation. We provide a vital talent pool. Nearly half of the Indian immigrants hold an advanced degree, providing the essential skill, as we heard from everybody, in technology, engineering, and life science. Our members own and operate successful local firms, contributing to the high-tech economy. We are indispensable to public health. The Florida is one of the top 3 states for Indian immigrant doctors who serve this community, and there are many here present today. Furthermore, our members lead the critical nonprofit, demonstrating our unwavering commitment to the civic welfare. We would like to advise the individual who made this painful comment to consider channeling his energy towards the positive upliftment of the trailing segment of society by skill development, not by pouring animosity among the people on the basis of color and creed. We formally urge this council to take necessary corrective action to restore civic principle and protect the business environment of every resident. Your action must demonstrate that you stand with all who contribute to the city and the nation. We ask you to demonstrate that Palm Bay is a city where coexistence leads to contribution. Let us work together and contribute together to make America the greatest country on earth. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to request that you keep the comments to the 3 minutes maximum, please. Thank you. Carry on.
Number 7, David Kearns.
What was that name again, sir?
Kearns, Dave Kearns.
Okay, he left?
Did leave? Okay, thanks, Andy.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker?
8, Butcher Inn.
Thank you.
Butcher Inn, 219 Trenton Avenue, here in Palm Bay. I spent 23 years in the military to serve, giving people the rights to freedom of speech and not to abuse that freedom of speech. I approached this council several months ago concerning the first problem with Muslims and Palestinians. Nothing was done. All I asked for was either a letter of reprimand, something that would tell you guys need to change the behavior. Next comes the march. That was all within his rights. The way it was worded, I didn't care much for it personally. I consider myself sometimes a left Republican, so I don't know where I fall. The third one, here we are. And it's not the first time this city has been in chaos. But here we are again. So maybe if you guys would have taken the first one, give a little hand slap, maybe something would have happened. Second one, maybe a little harder, but nothing. But here we are now. Now the city's in turmoil. I have no heartburn with the councilman. He and I sat right over there and discussed the first issue. but it didn't change. So I request that you guys do the right thing this time. Kenny, thank you for stepping forward.
Number 9. Speaker card number 9.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Mayor and Honorable Councilman, and of course, happy birthday to you, sir. Again, good evening, Palm Bay, and of course, the best city in the world. Is that correct? I stand before you today not just as a concerned citizen, but as a voice for dignity, unity, and truth. The recent comments made by Councilman Chandler, calling for the deportation of Indian Americans and claiming they exploit our country. And not only deeply offensive, they are factually wrong and morally dangerous. Let's be clear, Indian Americans are Americans. They are neighbors, doctors, teachers, engineers, and business owners. They serve in our military. They pay taxes, they raise families, and the same dreams and value we all share. Here are the facts. I'm not going to go again what has Judge Majid and Mr. Hemant Patel has said, but Indian Americans are the highest median household income of any ethnic group in the US, over 120,000 annually. They contribute billions of our economy through entrepreneurship, innovations. Over 8% of all US doctors are the Indian descent. And Indian Americans are the leaders in tech, medicine, academic, and public service. 65% of the hotels are owned by Indian Americans. And I'm sure everybody remember when the Hurricane Maria came, it flooded the whole Puerto Rico. Guess what? Thousands of rooms given free of cost by Indian Americans. Yes, many of Indians, per your comment, send money to India. That's not exploitation. It's culture, pride, and it's about supporting families, honoring heritage, and staying connected to the roots that shaped us. This is not betrayal of America. It's a reflection of the global values that make this country thrive. Councilman Lenjamin remarks comparing Indian migration to an innovation and invoking Nazi-era language like Indian caution, and are not just hateful, they echo the darkest chapter of the history. We demand answer, not reflection. We demand accountability, not division. Answering on the Twitter, "Go back to India," is a shameful comment. It's a struggling economy. We need everyone hand on deck. We need to lift each other, not tear each other down. There's not about left or right. It's about right or wrong. It's about standing together as Americans, proud of our heritage, united in values. Let us remember, America's strength has always come together at its diversity. From Irish, Italian, Chinese, Latino. America is a melting pot of cultures, traditions, and dreams. That's not a weakness. It's our greatest strength.
Thank you,
Indian
sir.
Americans.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Jackie Colon, followed by number 11, Patel, 12, Hosey, 13, Russo, 14, Patel, and 15, Lee.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jackie Colon, and I want to be perfectly clear that it's not just the folks that are right here. There's hundreds of us outside that were not able to come in. So hundreds and hundreds of us are outside. Outside. So I want to be perfectly clear why I'm here. I am here to support a letter to get this gentleman out of here. I don't mix words. He has disrespected Palm Bay. He has disrespected Brevard County. He has disrespected the state of Florida. He has disrespected our nation. So I absolutely want to make sure that this cancer is removed. Why am I saying that? I want to be perfectly clear that I sat in your seats making very hard decisions as deputy mayor of the city of Palm Bay. Not only here, but also you're looking at the former commissioner of Brevard County. I was chairman of the board where Mayor Medina did an amazing job serving our community. I want to be perfectly clear that when folks say that they're Christians, I want to be able to talk about what it means to be a Christian. You know, this is a wonderful book, and that I hope that I'm going to go ahead and give it to all of you for Christmas. You know what it says? It says, Jesus, the High Road Leader by Dr. John Maxwell. Amazing book. Pastor Chris Hodges. Beautiful book. So those of us that call ourselves leader, people of faith, let's be perfectly clear that Jesus was a servant leader, a leader. And it was very clear, don't just worry about what would Jesus do, that bracelet that we wear. No, why don't we do what Jesus did? Jesus valued all people. All people. Jesus placed others first. Everyone. And Jesus brought people together. So I don't know what Bible people have been reading lately. I am so confused because my Jesus is amazing. My Jesus is a loving God. My Jesus is beautiful. Namaste. He loves everybody. So, Mr. Johnson, gentlemen, we must cut this cancer out of our community. And for the record, I am a Second Amendment girl. I carry a gun, but I don't go around showing it off. My husband, he trains military. And for the record, I am honored to be in the same room with our chief. Chief, you are amazing, and I honor you today. And my men and women who are the taxpayers, who absolutely care. Again, let's get rid of this cancer.
Number 11, Patel.
Good evening, the Mayor and the Council. I'm Jay Patel, representing Indian Association of the Space Coast Palm Bay. We deeply offend the recent post made by councilmen. The words and tone of those posts are not only inappropriate, but polarizing, hurtful, and unworthy of someone elected to represent an entire community. Public officials are entrusted with the responsibility of leading by example. They are expected to unite people, not divide them, to support all communities, not disparage or alienate any group. Our leaders should set a standard of respect, fairness, and inclusivity that future generations can believe in, follow, and aspire to. Councilman elections have fallen far short of that standards. For this reason, we strongly believe he should take accountability by resigning from his position. If he chooses not to do so, we ask, what concrete steps will the council take to address his behavior and reassure residents that such action will not be tolerated for anyone in public office? We want to live in a community that values diversity, where people from all ethnicity and background feel respected, safe, and welcome. Education, understanding, and cultural exchange are what makes our city stronger, not words that divide. We call upon the city to stand firm on the side of unity, fairness, and respect. Our community is watching closely, and we expect leaders that reflects the value of all the people it serves. Thank you.
Number 12, Mia Hosey.
Good evening, Mayor. Mia Hosey, 456 Lake Victoria Circle. I stand on behalf of the Brevard County chapter of Black Democratic, the caucus, the Black Democrats. Our caucus stands firm on the assertion that no constituent should be discarded on the basis of race, religion, or ethnicity. In fact, council members swear an oath to serve the entirety of the community. And the council member in question has gone against his oath in going on social media and speaking directly to the press and encouraging the community to turn on each other, neighbors against neighbors, Palm Bay residents to look suspiciously at their friends and their colleagues. And it's wrong, it's morally wrong. And it's against his oath, and the Palm Bay community don't deserve it. And therefore, we ask that this motion be passed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 13, Susan Russo. 13, Susan Russo.
Good evening, Suzanne Russo, 740 Glendale Avenue, Palm Bay, Florida. Thank you, audience members, council members, staff, police, fire, and Mayor Medina. I was here earlier this week, and unfortunately, some of this council seem to have had other priorities. Or perhaps the lawyers were simply trying to buy time. Either way, I found it deeply disappointing that an issue of this magnitude did not command immediate and urgent attention. With respect, Mayor Medina, while I appreciate your attempt to ease tensions, symbolic gestures and polite letters are not enough. I was here the day of a particular person's when he stained our city by holding that shameful Klan meeting disguised as a rally. On that day, I spoke the names of those lost to gun violence, every life that deserved to be remembered, not just the ones you selectively chose. Sadly, I only made it as far back as August 14th. I'll admit, I was almost surprised when the event ended without a burning cross. We all know that in today's world, some people chase clout or online fame at any cost, but I refuse to allow this notoriety to be built on the hatred and mistreatment of our fellow Americans. If Chandler were not blinded by racism, he might recognize the love, joy, and kindness that these families bring to our community. Over 20 years ago, when I first volunteered at India Fest, and through my husband's long-standing work with Ned, the Garias and their friends welcomed us with open arms. Their generosity of spirit gave us a new way of seeing the world. I love my Indian American friends and family. I love their joy, their music, their dancing, their traditions, and yes, their clothing. I love their children, many of whom I've had the honor of watching grow up. And I stand here as Susie Auntie, proudly fighting for them. While a friend calls me everyone's advocate, I will not advocate for those who spread hate and speak cruelly about others. While they may have the legal right to do so, they are not protected from the consequences of their actions, and many have learned the hard way. Chandler, you and your gun do not scare me. I have faced death more than once, and I'm here to tell the story. I will not be intimidated by you and your posturing or your unresolved grudges. And to the other members of the council, and to those who voted for this particular councilman and his allies, you knew who they were, and yet you chose to empower them. That choice carries responsibility. Therefore, I urge this council to pursue his removal by every legal means necessary.
Thank you.
Thank you. I had 1 second, Rob.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, citizens of Palm Bay. My name is Yagnish Patel. I'm from Winter Garden, Florida. I am the Vice President of the Indian American Business Association and Chamber. You have heard our President clearly outline the indisputable economic contributions of our community. I'm here to speak more personally. As a resident, a parent, and a member of the local business community, to stress where the council's actions today is vital to the trust and social fabric of the city. The cost of division on local business. The remarks made by the councilman that our community is exploiting the country are deeply offensive because they ignore the personal investment and risk taken by every entrepreneur here. We are not remote corporations. We are your neighbors who invest our life savings here. We fund local payrolls. Our businesses whether in tech, medical services, or retail. Create jobs, spend money locally. When the reputation of a community is attacked, the ratio of malice that immediately creates uncertainty for both employees and our ability to attract new talent and customers. We live here. Our children attend Palm Bay schools. Our families use local services. Our commitment is permanent. We have chosen Central Florida as our home and are dedicated to making it a place of shared success. The damage is immediate. Hate and instability are bad for business. When trust breaks, commerce suffers. The Council's primary duty is to ensure stable conditions for all enterprise to thrive. In about 2 weeks, we're going to be celebrating the largest Hindu festival on the planet, Diwali. Diwali is also known as the Festival of Lights, but it's actually celebrating it's actually celebrating light over darkness. It's celebrating knowledge and wisdom over ignorance. I'll say that once more, knowledge over ignorance.
No, number 15, Robert Lee, followed by 16, Jennifer Jenkins, 17, Alfie Agari, 18, Eichenberg.
Say the first one, they were applauding the.
Robert Lee is up now.
Okay.
That was on part of the previous 5. Followed by 16, Jennifer Jenkins, 17, Alfie Agari, 18, Eichenberg, 19, Hosking, and 20, Amar Patel. Is Robert Lee here?
Robert Lee?
Number 15. We'll move on to Jennifer Jenkins.
Good evening. I know what it's like to be on the receiving end of extremism, so trust me, I've heard a lot. But your councilman shocked me. He shocked all of us. And many of you know that I'm unafraid to tell it like it is because somebody has to. Those were intentional, divisive, racist, white supremacist comments from your councilman. And to the Indian American community that is here today and all across Florida, you are our neighbors, you are our friends. And to my beautiful godson, you are part of this country, and we are proud that you are here. Councilman, you brag about a proud Confederate heritage. Well, the Confederacy was a racist rebellion that lost. White supremacy lost too. So when you cling to that heritage, you're not showing strength, you're showing loyalty to failure. I applaud this council for considering asking for his leadership responsibilities to be stripped, but still, too many have not treated this with the seriousness it deserves. Mayor, I heard your speech, but hear me when I say this. Silence when he marched against what he called left-wing evil. Silence when he targeted Muslims in your community. And silence today when he told a black representative he will name Confederate monuments after her. But suddenly some of you have found your voice. I hope that the leaders are not speaking out today because they've been asked to do so by the ones that have supported them in the past. Standing up against hate shouldn't be transactional. It should be a moral obligation. And if that is the case, and if you're in this room and you had to ask somebody to speak up to defend you, the next question you should be asking is, why did I have to ask you? There's a difference between moral courage and political calculation. Real leaders don't wait to see who their donors are. They stand up the moment that they see hate, because leadership isn't about protecting yourself, it's about protecting the people that you serve. You aren't that man's boss. It is not your job to reprimand him personally, but it is your job to represent your community. Palm Bay and Florida deserves leaders who rise above fear, stand firm against hate, and work to build community, because that's what leadership means. And finally, Chandler, you are all for open carry. Here's a recommendation. Maybe you should stop carrying around your hate, your racism, and your white supremacy.
Alfie Agari.
After Alfie?
It's been called.
Good night, Mr. Mayor, good night, Council, and good night, our Indian neighbors, especially. First, I am Alfie Agari, 1680 Main Street, and that's Northeast Palm Bay. I came here in 1985. And I've been working hard every day since I came here to protect this city and help to build this city. I physically helped build this city. I got 13 grandkids here and 4 kids that live in this city. And I would like it to be protected in a sense that we can be safe. I must remind our Indian community that today is Mr. Gandhi's birthday. And I don't know if it's coincidentally, but we are here fighting for peace on the birthday of the King of Peace, Mahatma Gandhi. I am here tonight not just as a resident, but as a voice of our Indian community, a community that has been heartfelt, and these recent comment, words matters. And when those words are used to insult and degraded, they leave a lot of scars. Indian family have given so much to our community and this city of Palm Bay, including myself. They are our doctors, teachers, engineers, business owners, friends, and neighbors. To hear them spoken about in the recent terms of words, it's unbelievable and unacceptable and heartbreaking. We need to be clear. Racism is anywhere from here. Has no place here. I ask this council and all of us to stand united in saying that our Indian community belongs here, is valid here, and will always be protected here. Together we can make sure our city is a place where everyone is safe to live, work, and play. This is our motto in this city. To live, work, and play in our city. And I am here pleading to our mayor, city council, and city manager to follow the right protocol and have Councilman Langevin be removed from office. Thank you very much and good night.
Number 18, Kayla Eichenberg.
Hello, I'm Kayla Eschenberg, and I'm here from Rockledge. Good evening. I'm here tonight as a white, God-fearing woman who values the Second Amendment and proudly voted for Donald Trump as a Republican. My ancestors came here on the Mayflower. I want to make that clear because after reading the comments from Tuesday night's meeting, it seems some believe only the left or non-Americans support the Indian community. It's 2025, and the fact that I even have to preface my remarks this way just to be taken seriously is absurd. I am here to formally request the removal of Chandler Langevin from his seat on the Palm Bay City Council. While the First Amendment protects free speech, it does not shield someone from the consequences of that speech, especially when they hold a respected public office. Anyone who supports Mr. Langevin's hateful rhetoric has likely never spent a single moment with members of the Indian community in this county. In my experience, they are some of the most intelligent, generous, and kind-hearted people I've ever known. For the past 7 years, I've had the honor of working alongside Dr. Yoshida Patel at Viera Pediatric Dentistry. About 3.5 years ago, I was going through a very difficult time with my now ex-husband. Without hesitation or expectation of anything in return, Dr. Patel stepped in. She rented an Airbnb for me and my children, paid the deposit and first month's rent on a short-term rental so I could get back on my feet. She even called her parents, who immediately gave her a check to help her.
Chandler, pay attention.
To help buy me a car. That act of kindness has changed the course of my life, and I am forever grateful. Beyond what she did for me personally, Dr. Patel has quietly and consistently provided free dental services to children in need for years. But don't just take my word for it. Here are a few excerpts from the hundreds of Google reviews about her. Dr. Patel is extremely kind and comforting. Dr. Patel is patient, kind, and professional, the gold standard of pediatric dentistry. Dr. Patel generously offered her support for 4 weeks following the procedure. We visited the office daily. These are just a few of over 1,500 reviews that reflect her true character. Over the years, I've had the privilege of meeting many of Dr. Patel's friends and family. Anyone who has experienced the love, support, and generosity within the Indian community knows just how lucky they are. I know I do. As a proud Bayside High School graduate and lifelong resident, I'm saddened not just by Mr. Langevin words, but by those who cheer them on. Palm Bay has always been a diverse city, and of all of the communities I've lived in throughout Brevard County, it's been one of the most inclusive and supportive. As a fellow Christian, I believe it is not just our right, but our duty to call out wrongdoing. Scripture is clear. 1 John 2:11. But anyone who hates a brother or sister is in the darkness and walks around in the darkness. They do not know where they are going because the darkness has blinded them. Galatians 3:28. There is neither Jew nor Gentile, neither slave nor free, nor is there male and female, for you are all one in Christ Jesus. We must look at the heart of this community that's being attacked. Their hearts are for their towns, for their neighbors, for their patients, for their customers, and for this country. For my children's generation, I would love to see a heart transformation in this city, this county, and this country. Thank you.
Number 19, Yoshida Hoskin. And then it'll be followed by 20, Amar Patel, 21, Bree Stanley.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Dr. Yoshita Patel Hosking. I'm a board-certified pediatric dentist. I own Vieira Pediatric Dentistry and treat approximately 6,000 children from Brevard in my clinic annually. I speak tonight not just as a resident of Brevard County, but as a daughter of a retired radiologist and microbiologist, a mother to Indian American children, a wife to an endodontist, a sibling to an interventional cardiologist, and a proud Indian American who has called this country home for 35 years. Every day I care for children, I treat their pain, comfort their fears, reassure their parents, and sometimes I do it for free, because it's a privilege to serve our community. It's not just a job, it's one that I've dedicated my life to because I believe in service, compassion, and the power of healing, all rooted in my Indian upbringing. When Councilman Chan Langevin said that all Indians should be deported back to India, I was shocked and I was hurt. Not just because the words were ugly, but because they came from someone elected to serve this city, someone who's supposed to represent all of us, not just the ones who look like him or pray like him or come from where he comes from. This is not about political correctness. This is about the core American values of dignity, equality, and respect. Values he seems to have forgotten when he made those racist and xenophobic remarks. That kind of comment doesn't just hurt feelings. It causes fear. It chips away at the sense of safety and belonging every child deserves. Not just mine, but every child with an immigrant parent, every child of color in Palm Bay. My family is American. We may have been born elsewhere, but we chose this country. We earned our citizenship. We raised our kids here. We built our lives here. My parents have lived in Africa, India, England, and they chose the United States of America just like millions of others who came here looking for the best opportunities for their families. To be told that we should be deported simply for being Indian is not just racist, it's cruel. And it is ignorant of everything immigrants have done to build this nation. These are people who have saved lives, paid taxes, who have never broken a single law. How do we explain to our children that a city leader wants them gone just because of where their parents were born? That is not the America I believe in. If we let those words slide, if we treat them like a joke or a mistake, then we tell every immigrant, every person of color, that their place here is conditional, that their safety depends on staying silent, and I refuse to accept that. I came here tonight not just to speak out, to remind us of all that hate has no home in Brevard. We are better than this, and he must be held accountable. Because words like his are not just words, they are wounds. Silence in the face of racism is complicity, and leadership means speaking up. In Hinduism, love thy neighbor is expressed through the principle of ahimsa, nonviolence, and the understanding of Atma, being one in all. Thank you.
Amar Patel.
Good evening. Thank you all for the time. I appreciate it. I'm going to go right to it. I'm Amar Patel. I'm the president and CEO of BAC, a very large nonprofit in our community here. We serve over 3,000 people a year. We employ over 500 people with disabilities all over the United States, but in Florida, in Brevard County, close to about 300. So I'm representing many employees, many people with disabilities, many who are and can be individuals who are Indian, right? And so I'm saying this because I want to talk about service. Mr. Langevin, in your post, you speak very importantly about the service that you've given. And I recognize that and I appreciate that you're a veteran. I'm an American, and I appreciate that you fought for that. But recognize that service comes in many, many, many ways. We are all very important important part of the fabric of our communities. You've heard it tonight. You've heard it from what I've said. And I want you to hear that service in what we do as a nonprofit, as an example, is all those people are working in contracts that are helping our military. They're serving airmen and women out at Patrick Air Force Base as an example. And so I want you to understand that we are Americans. Because of that service, that common fabric of having served, do not judge based simply on the fact that we have a different culture. The second thing I want to talk about is American values. You had an important post, quote, "I will raise my children in a country that an American would recognize and that an American child deserves to be raised in." Those were your words. And I appreciate that. I think, unfortunately, the words you're using are based purely on the color or race of an individual. At the end of the day, the values of America is based on what is inside. The values of America is about what we bring to our community. It's a service. It's the diversity. It's the value equity that we have. I want you to know that the words you used is going to cause a problem for the children of our community. As an elected official, you're causing concern for children in our communities. I have 2 children. They're going to go to school. They already get made fun of every day. Not every day, often, for having a different color skin, for having a mustache too early, for being Indian, and other things. The words you used put my children and other children of other color or whatever in harm. And that is unacceptable as an elected official. And for that reason, I ask that you apologize, make correct these words, and ask that you resign, and if not, the council please act accordingly.
Thank you.
Bree Stanley.
Alrighty. Hi, my name's Bree Stanley. I'm a resident of Melbourne, so y'all's neighbors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak once again against intolerance and intentional division. I am also here speaking as a family member of Langevin's. I am his cousin, his wife's cousin. And there's no room for hate in my family if I can help it. Hate will never make us great. United we stand, divided we fall. There's no backpedaling his way out of this. He said what he said, then his initial refusal to apologize, and now he's sorry because of consequences. He seems pretty clearly embarrassed that he's been caught. You're free to say and believe whatever the heck you want. That doesn't mean there's not consequences, unfortunately. That's part of life. As an elected, nonpartisan council member, you must be held to a higher standard by your fellow council members, constituents, friends, and family. I'm going to preface this last bit with actions have always, always, always spoken louder than words. So please, if you guys could show me instead of, say that we don't like this behavior, whatever the exact quote was, I'm not sure what you guys have said specifically, but actions speak louder than words, and just show me you mean what you've said about not accepting this sort of behavior. I'd like to see some sort of real solid action taken to keep hate out of our government. America is not about integrating and assimilating. It is about sharing all of our cultures together. Someone mentioned earlier, we are a melting pot. We mix together, we learn from one another, we grow from one another. We can thrive together in unity. It's not hard, just don't be hateful. I, even as a resident of Melbourne, urge the Palm Bay City Council to suspend and ultimately remove Langevin from his post or position if he does not choose to resign himself. He's welcome to do that. Do not allow this man, a malignant keyboard warrior that hides behind his phone and hides behind his guns, to further tarnish the reputation of Palm Bay, Brevard County, and the state of Florida. I urge you all to seriously consider the precedent this may set for other council members, current and future, and your constituents, people who might disagree with me or people who may agree with me, whatever. Just what sort of precedent that sets for everybody. It's not a precedent I want to be seen set in any part of society. No one should be able to freely spew hate and not experience consequences because of that. That is the way the cookie crumbles.
Number 22, Glenn Salvestano. 22, Glenn Salvestano, followed by 23, Colamberti, and number 24, Javier Molinares.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Good evening, Council. My name is Kelly Colamberti, 1554 Elmhurst Circle Southeast. I expect every council member to pay attention. Councilmember Johnson, thank you for proposing the motion tonight. I don't think it goes far enough. I think Chandler is too mature for this position. I think he needs to resign, and hopefully his Republican cohort will pressure him into that, the same way they pressured him to run for this very position. Back in February, barely 4 months after Chandler scraped by a win for this very seat, I came to speak out against his hateful and uninformed comments about Muslims and his casually violent rhetoric about bombing Lebanon. I spoke plainly about my suspicion that Chandler had white supremacist leanings because I'm chronically online enough to understand the subculture, and you do have 2 social media pages that specifically refer to your position in this council. I hope you see now, all of you, that I am not a hysterical liberal making mountains of molehills. I am someone attuned to socio-political trends and willing to call out problems in plain language when I see them. Chandler has multiple social media accounts and for so long has been posting extremist views and rhetoric that glorify and encourage violence. I stand by every community member here today calling for a formal rebuking of both Chandler Langevin and the hateful ideologies he espouses that should have nothing to do with the diversity, joy, peace, and beauty found in Palm Bay and the greater Space Coast. Chandler does not exist in a vacuum, though. He is just one figure in the modern political landscape who seeks to portray our nation's troubles as spiritual warfare and neglect the very real problems that average constituents of all faiths or no faith have to face every single day. Housing is unaffordable. Groceries are more expensive than ever. We just had a gas leak at the FAR facility that a lot of us are curious about what the true nature of that leak was. Average Americans, average Brevard residents are sick of being pulled into these reality show political theatrics that characters like Chandler or the Melbourne Mayor Paul Alfrey, Sheriff Wayne Ivey, or our school board are all so fond of. We are sick of municipal government meetings being contentious operas that fly in the face of history because the South did lose, as they should have, science and basic human decency. Now, the mayor had an opportunity to show some spine in February when Chandler first flew his true colors and said that the comments came out wrong. Here's what I think. I think that fire you have today is something that should have been in place this entire time when Chandler said Muslims don't belong in the U.S., that all leftists are anti-American terrorists. I have the sneaking suspicion that he participates in the same Christian supremacy that I see perpetrated by so many. You need to defend all residents of all faiths, national backgrounds, colors, etc.
Thank you.
Javier Molinares. Javier.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask for a little decorum here. There's just, we want to hear everyone. However, it's getting a little bit out of control. And if we all want to speak, I'm going to have to reel you in. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Javier Molinares from the Brevar Hispanic Center. I'm going to talk a little bit about Chandler. I think I met Chandler before he even thought about running for office. He was in Hospice of San Francis, helping seniors, helping individuals that were getting ready to make the ultimate sacrifice. We work together in that organization because I worked with them for many, many years. And when I met him, we talked about what we did in the military. I told him about my experiences in the 82nd Airborne Division, and he shared with me what he did in the United States Navy. Even when he ran for office, he told me that he was running. I did an article in the bilingual newspaper, Al Día Today. He came to me, I want to be in the Hispanic newspaper. And he told me that he was born in an Air Force base, and then he joined the Navy in the Air Force, and then all the things that he did in the military. But he never told me that he had any concerns with my family. My family, the Indian American community. If he were to tell me that you have some concerns with my family, I would have told you immediately, do you know George Majid? Do you know one of the greatest American patriots I ever seen? Do you know Dr. Silas Charles from Cancer Care Centers of Brevard? And you should be familiar with that because they help a lot of individuals that are making the ultimate sacrifice. I would tell you all about that beautiful community, the India Fest, that I've been part of the India Fest for so many years, enjoying that beautiful culture. So my question is, what happened? What happened to you? What happened? You talk about Christianity. Christianity is all about Jesus Christ, right, Kenny? Right, Mayor? It's about Jesus Christ. So what would Jesus do? What would Jesus do? Brother, you are not doing what would Jesus do, right? Because you're trashing a community that is beautiful, that contributes so much to Brevard County. If you ever think about forgiveness, please do what the Erica Kirk did. She forgave the killer of her husband.
Thank you.
You do that because this beautiful Indian community will forgive you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 25, Jen Sizemore.
Good evening and thank you. I'm Jen Sizemore, Chair of the Brevard Democrats, and as the Chair of Brevard County Democrats, I want to speak directly to the seriousness of this moment. Councilman Langevin's racist remarks toward the Indian American community are not isolated. They are part of an alarming pattern of hateful rhetoric he has pushed on social media against people who look, believe, or live differently than he does. That behavior has no place in a public service. I want to commend this council for holding Tuesday's meeting/town hall and for taking the important step of considering a motion to draft a letter to the governor urging Councilman Langevin's suspension. These actions matter, but they must be taken for the right reasons and in a timely manner. They must be about protecting people, restoring trust, and safeguarding the dignity of this community, not just protecting political donations. Despite the toxic climate we see nationally, here in Brevard, we hold our elected officials to a higher standard of decorum. We expect them to represent all citizens, not just the ones who look and think like they do. Citizens want accountability, and they deserve it. That is why we intend to hold our elected officials accountable when they fail to meet the basic standards of respect and service. Suspending Councilman Langevin is not about partisanship, it's about principle. It's about ensuring Palm Bay has leaders who lift up the community rather than divide it. On behalf of Brevard Democrats, I stand with you in support of this effort and encourage you to pass this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
26, Parker Allen.
Good evening, Parker Allen, 198 Ninth Street, Palm Bay. 9 days before he was sent to burn in hell for eternity, Charlie Kirk tweeted, quote, "America does not need more visas for people from India. Perhaps no form of legal immigration has so displaced Americans, workers as those from India. Enough already, we're full, let's finally put Americans first," end quote. That post is currently pinned to the very top of this council member's Twitter account. You know, it's no secret where these sycophants get these ideas from. These aren't original thoughts or any type of intelligent dialogue. They're simply parroting the hollow words of demagogues. I want to take this opportunity to highlight just how poisonous this rhetoric is to young men and encourage everyone in our community to be on the lookout and guard against these tired forms of bigotry so that your sons don't grow up to be so disappointing. This guy is a certified traitorous loser obsessed with the lost cause known as the Confederate States of America. You might remember their brief existence before real American patriots stomped them out, unfortunately failing to take care of enough surviving traitors. That inbred backwards thinking survives to this day, with the flag of failure proudly on display in his profile picture now. I found his little amosexual pride march pretty interesting. That crowd looked like their family tree is a wreath. Funny, it was a build as a march against left-wing violence when the shooting that hurt his feelings was more of the same white on white, right on right violence we've come to expect daily. Today, he posted a wish for every Indian to be deported. A few weeks ago, he was posting Nazi rhetoric, quote, "We must address the Indian question," end quote. I hear the passionate cries from our Indian community on how they strive to be American and integrate, the logic and statistics used in an attempt to curry favor with hate, but the simple answer is that bigots like Chandler will never accept you as American unless you're white. Posting evil comments seems to be his full-time job. His cry to the governor defending his job includes worthless things like drafting letters or concepts. Second on his list was removing fluoride. I'll remind everyone here that the fluoride plants have been out of operation since at least 2017. I'm tired of the lying clowns. It's all worthless culture war nonsense, and it's a drain on our tax dollars. He admits to being obsessed with border security. What borders in Palm Bay? A few weeks ago, he claimed that 2 million illegals had been removed from the country, and he literally doesn't notice the difference. What does that tell you? It tells you that this is a mental affliction, and the citizens of Palm Bay shouldn't have to shoulder that burden. He claims to be the only elected official in Brevard representing the under 40 group. I'm here to loudly reject that notion and state clearly he does not represent me, he does not represent young Americans, and he does not represent Palm Bay. I don't know anyone else that gets offended at imagery of a stick figure throwing away a swastika. I request the City Council move forward in correcting this poor representation of our community through any means possible. Thank you for your time.
Randy Wickens. Randy Wickens.
Is Mr. Wickens here?
He may be outside. 28, David Rodriguez.
Hi, my name's David Rodriguez, 530 Wildmere Road, Southwest in Palm Bay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilman Johnson. Thank you, the rest of the council. I just want to bring a few things. I had a lot written today because I fly for a living, so I was writing things and tearing them up. First, I want to say namaste to my friends of the Indian community. I also want to say a quote from my Jamaican friends: out of many, one people. Okay? Chandler, let me ask you this, and you're not going to look this way.
Sir,
it was yelled
look at
out,
me.
Mr. Mayor asked.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Just please pay attention. Okay? We got our time here. Just show us that respect. Do you know what the Statute of Liberty says?
Mr. Rodriguez, just direct your comments to me, please.
Okay. Do you know what the Statute of Liberty says? Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. Everybody that comes to this country deserves that right, no matter who they are. I'm a Cuban American. I may not look like it, but when I lived in South Florida, I was called a spick. I was told the last person coming out, please bring the American flag. That's hurtful. And what has been said now is hurtful to the Indian community, okay? I grew up in North Florida going to high school. I've seen the Confederacy, okay? It's dead, it's gone. You lost. It's time to take the trash out, and once again, this is the United States of America, not what you want it to be, the divided states of America, okay? And last, once again, it's just hurtful. And I urge the council to do whatever they need to do to have him removed. And I also urge everybody outside and in this room listening, write also to the governor. Voice your expression. The more they hear it, the more it'll happen.
The next 5 cards are 30, Patel, 31, Hollier, 32, Brackalone, 33, Harris, and 34, Ali. So now up is Ayman Patel, 30.
Are they in another room, or?
I was, and they brought me over here. They're trying to bring us as we empty it.
Okay.
5 more people? Yes. Okay.
Those 5?
Is there, I don't see her here either. She might be in the next room. Christine Judakis. '36, Pete Filiberto.
Well, who, 30?
They weren't given to me in a numerical order either, so.
So.
Everyone will speak.
Okay.
Oh, I'll get you on the next one, man. I get it now. I understand.
Carry on, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilman, and residents of Palm Bay. I had the privilege of serving the people of Palm Bay, sitting in that very seat. I understand the weight of that responsibility, and I also understand the accountability that comes with it. Tonight, I speak not out of politics, but out of principle. The recent comments made by Councilman Chandler Langevin targeting Indian Americans and other minority groups are deeply troubling. Statements like they don't care about the United States or they're dangerous to the South are not just offensive, they're dangerous. They erode trust. They divide communities, and they have no place in the leadership of the city. When I served, I was far from perfect. I've owned that. But never once did I use my position to vilify an entire group of people based on their background, faith, or nationality. That's not a lapse in judgment. That's a lapse of character. Let me be absolutely clear. This isn't just inappropriate, it's dangerous. The words of an elected official do not exist in a vacuum. They set the tone for city staff, for our residents, and how we treat one another as a community. When hate-laced rhetoric is left unchecked, it doesn't just tarnish reputations, it erodes public trust and invites division into the very heart of the city we call home. Palm Bay deserves better, especially the Indian American families and legal immigrants who have built lives here, followed the law, and contributed to our shared future. I urge this council to act. It is time for council to stop burning bridges and start building them. And I want to end with a quote, Mayor, since I have a minute left, by Pastor Martin Nomoller. First they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists. I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists. I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews. I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Deborah Brackalone.
And I'm going to keep coming back until you say it right. Broccoloni.
Brackalone.
Braccoloni. Bracaloni.
Nice Italian name. My name is Debbie Bracaloni. I live at 1821 Agora Circle, Apartment 7, Palm Bay, Florida. Regardless of your beliefs or skin color or political views, we are all human beings. Our Constitution starts with "we the people," not "we the white folk." Speaking about the No Kings March, you said you had your boys stand down. Nothing was said. When you turned around and you spoke about the Islam and the Muslims, just a little ripple. When you turned around and you talked about left-wing evil, we got put on the agenda and we had a meeting. Now, all of a sudden, his rhetoric has started again, and you had a special council meeting. Sorry, I lost my place. I'm tired of turning the other cheek. My great aunt, Sister Mary Laudine, used to tell me all the time, there is always going to be ugliness and hate in this world. It is up to you how you react to weaken it or strengthen it. This is where I am extremely disappointed in each and every one of you. You had several chances to nip this rhetoric in the bud, and you turned a blind eye. The last meeting, we asked you to censure and help to heal the divided community. We were told he has strong beliefs. Everybody wants to fit in. I don't agree with his words. He practiced free speech. We did not attack him personally, but when he called every one of us in that room a socialist and a communist, not one of you spoke out. So I asked, what kind of message does that send to our community? That only some folks deserve outrage and action on your part? As Christians, shouldn't we have morally outraged against all the rhetoric? You have let this community down by your actions, actually your inactions, until it suits you. This is not how leaders should act. You should set the example and not be part of the problem. Thank you.
Number 30, Patel. 30. I was just circling back to the,
Okay.
in case somebody came in.
Okay, that was a
31, Les Hollier. 33, Harris.
Thanks. I think those are 34 too, she said. I got it.
Good evening, council. Good evening, community. My name's Laura Hirsch Harris. I live at 2027 Muirfield Way in Palm Bay. And I'm here to speak from the heart. There are a few things I wanted to start with. Two quotes come to mind. One is one by Stan Lee from Spider-Man. With great power comes great responsibility. My role in the community and over the last 25 years has been a homeschool teacher, a teacher. I work with young people as a mentor, as a leader, as a servant leader. And what I witnessed over the past few months, not only in our community with you, Mr. Langevin, but also the larger community and the nation at large, is what I perceive as a abuse of power, using a position of power for influence in a negative way. And I'd like to see that change, and I'd like to see that stop. I heard some voices the other night at the special meeting specifically addressing the way that these remarks have affected the kids, and that really touched my heart, because I work with kids, and kids can be pretty ignorant, and they just follow along with what their parents do, what they see in the media, and it's dangerous because left unchecked, that's what creates more of this, what I perceive as ignorant behavior, and I don't think that positions of leadership should be displaying this behavior. Maya Angelou said, when someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. Actions speak louder than words. I do believe people have the opportunity to change, and that would take time and trust. And I do believe that, Chandler, you could do the right thing and look within and see, just, there's a leader, Tadadaho of the Iroquois Confederacy, who, he was not a bad man initially, and he eventually became a great leader, and there are more. You could be that person. I don't agree with what you've said and what you've done, but I would implore you to look within and be the kind of leader that our kids and nation could look up to, and our community, because what you said and did, I don't believe was right, and I think we could all do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Les Holler. That Les right there?
What's the name?
Les? $31. I jumped back because people were outside. You got her. She's coming.
Oh, yeah. Get this up. First, I'd like to thank everybody from the city. Thank you. For staying here very late. I know it's not easy, and thank you. Also, I'd like to state that I don't have any anger or hate towards anybody. So just want to get that out of the way really quick. It's getting a little hot in here. Good evening, everybody. My name is Les. I'm from Palm Bay. I'm here to speak on Councilman Langevin. Our city faces real urgent problems such as crime, housing prices, utility costs, and worsening traffic congestion. These issues demand our focus, not a man's opinions on social media. Yet here we are debating suspending the councilman over his comments when we should be tackling problems hitting our wallets and safety every day. Let's talk about fairness. Just a few weeks ago, many people rallied to defend Jimmy Kimmel's free speech when his words spiked controversy. Where's that same energy now? Those same voices that were quick to attack the councilman for his speaking his mind on illegal immigration and H-1B abuses, issues that affect American jobs and our economy. His posts, like the one saying, "If your loyalty is to America, I don't care what you look like." He's calling for an honest debate, not division. He's offered to meet with the Indian American leaders to find common ground. Punishing him for speaking out is hypocrisy and stifles free speech that we claim to value. Councilman Langevin's record speaks louder than his critics. In just 10 months, he's fired an incompetent city manager, removed fluoride from our water, prioritized police and fire funding, and pushed for NASA headquarters in Palm Bay. He's fought wasteful spending, scrapped the school zone speed trap cameras, and proposed a George Washington monument on our nation's 250th birthday. Suspending him now would halt all this progress and betray the voters that chose him to shake things up. Now let's reject this witch hunt and focus on what matters, our city, and not sending this letter. Let's let Chandler keep fighting for us. God bless Palm Bay and God bless USA. Thank you.
34, Jennifer Lee.
Hello again, Mayor Rob. I'm going to take it personal again, but I'm not going to include you because we already know who each other are. We grew up with your son. My family came here in the 80s from a small country called Miami. And my parents' house was one of the first houses built in Lockmar Estates. I went to school here. I graduated high school here in '04. I married my Indian husband, and I've had 2 beautiful children and one that's about to graduate Palm Bay High next year. There's a reason why my parents stayed here, because they saw the potential of Palm Bay in the 90s, like you did. And there's a reason why I stayed here, because I want my kids to have the same that I have, with the mass friends and hangouts that we used to have, and it didn't matter what race, color, religion, it didn't matter. That's probably one of the best decisions my father ever made, was to stay here and move here. Sadly, my father's not here anymore. He was killed in April 2023 off of US 1 in Palm Bay. He was murdered. And thank you, I don't know where Chief is, but if it wasn't for Chief and the Palm Bay police officers and Melbourne police officers for not getting that guy off the streets within 8 hours, I don't know what he would have done. But I will tell you what my father taught me. He was an engineer, and he worked with many, many people, and he loved working with Indian descents because they had passion for technology. And as he got sicker, he had COPD. He would just fawn about memories, and as we talked about the doctors he's had and I had and my mother, he always tells me, he's like, Jennifer, you can never have too many Patels. And and he's great. So to end it, we need people that's going to represent Palm Bay citizens, the residents, not somebody to choose on their religion or anything like that. I'd rather have somebody do that and then have somebody try to figure out how to deport my husband. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Number 35, Christine Judakis.
35.
The next 5 cards will be number 37, 38, Nieves, 39, Patel, 40, Patel, and 41, Henry. Coming up, yeah. So number 37, Kalpana Gadodia. Which one? What number are you, ma'am?
37.
Okay.
37.
Perfect.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor and all the respected councilmen, to give us an opportunity to speak our mind in front of you guys. Thank you for the time. And first of all, my name is Nina Gadodia. Actually, my real name is Kalpana Gadodia, but I'm known as Nina Gadodia in the community. First of all, I wanted to wish all my Indian friends, as well as all the people who believe in victory of good over evil. Today is our Dashera. Happy Dashera to everybody. It symbolized that. And second, very wonderful day it is because it is Mahatma Gandhi's birthday, which is non-violence is the way of life. That's what he taught the whole world. So we are here in peace. Thank you. About myself, I was born and brought up in India, but lived in Africa, lived in England, and lived in 3 or 4 different states of America. My journey in Brevard started in Palm Bay in 1990, and since then, I have been here. I have never lived anywhere in the world this long, and this is my home. I am a social worker now. I do things with all different kinds of charities. My passion is to bring the communities together with love, harmony, sharing our culture. Dr. King selected me for diversity board of BCC, and I started a diversity celebration, diversity festival there. And then in 1994, I started India Fest with help of so many of my friends, Indian or non-Indian, and I can proudly say that that festival brings all the people together and give back to the community. We have given $1.5 million back to the community by raising. And out of that, yes, we send money to India for disaster. We send money to Haiti. We have sent money everywhere, but we spend most over here. Thank you so much for listening. I don't want hatred in this community.
Thank you.
Number 38, Sherry Nieves.
38, Nieves. Carry on.
39, Patel. Dr. Vishnu Patel.
39? Okay.
All right. Good evening, or good night now. My name is Dr. Vishnu Patel. I'm actually a physician here in your town, just around the road. I think we've met. I'm a nephrologist, been here for 20 years. Very proud to be here. And I grew up in this country. I just want to know that, Mr. Chandler, you made these remarks that there's no American Indian, truly to be American. Well, I grew up here. I grew up rooting for the Yankees. Go Yankees. I also played baseball, grew up here in high school. So I do consider myself American. Your views obviously hurt a lot of people. And you know, we're forgiving folks. We really are. So we do forgive you for those comments. But we want to take home something from this. And I want to read to you a little passage from one of my guru, Sant Swami Maharaj. He sent us blessings, which actually made me think of you. It says that may we walk together in unity. May Bhagwan, which is God, bless all with health and prosperity. May peace prevail everywhere. Prayers and blessings from Sant Swami Maharaj. So we want to understand you. I mean, I know that you sort of created this hatred against us. We want to know why. I want to invite you, really, to our events. Maybe you can get to know us. And you can change your view. So, all of us have stated that we do a lot for this community. We do a lot for this country we call home. We really call ourselves American, but we kept our Indian culture, and we're proud of that Indian culture. I request you not to judge us, but get to know us. Don't divide us. Because ultimately, it's the United States of America. Please unite us. Don't divide us. Thank you.
Number 40.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Sanjeev Patel. A lot has been said, Chandler. The adage is, who we are speaks so loudly, I can't hear what you said. And that's what my younger brother Vishnu just told you. A brief background on me. I was born in East Africa in the 60s and lived through hatred. In the era of Idi Amin, I lost my aunt because of deportation and murder. My brother's best friend next door was cut up in body parts. I was separated from my parents for 8.5 years, from the time I was 3 until I was 12. I came to this country, did not speak a word of English, didn't know my parents, and grew up to become a man of honor. If you don't believe me, I have raised 3 children, 1 adopted, 2 biological. Of my family of 8, 6 of us are doctors, all raised in Brevard County. I'm reaching out to you to help you understand life is too short. It's too short. Talk about service. I'm the immediate past president for the American Academy of Implant Dentistry, Southeast U.S. Currently, among the 15 doctors in the world that does credentialing for implantology and dentistry, I'm on the board of trustees. My son, who grew up here, is the vice president for the Polk County Dental Society, an orthodontist. I can go on and on and on. You talk about service. In 2010, the U.S. Congress recognized me for my contributions in dentistry. Talk about, you're from the Navy, correct? Very good, thank you. In my family, you may have heard of Nirav Patel, second in command of the USS Rhode Island nuclear submarine, currently in charge of nuclear provisions for the U.S. Navy. If you've got the courage, learn. Learn to learn to learn to learn yourself so you truly understand what our forefathers wanted for this country. We may be hurting as a community, but understand this, we are not hurt. We're not going anywhere. We will fight like you will for this country's melting pot, for its principles, for its character, and for its resonance. We are here to stay. Thank you.
Number 41, David Henry.
$41.
Good evening, council members. My name is David Henry. I'm here to address the silence from communities at the expense of African Americans. As an Italian immigrant myself and half Jamaican heritage. Last I was here was in 2018 when Palm Bay sponsored my proclamation against parental alienation, something close to me. The highest office in the land in my book is that of a United States military service member. I'm prior service Army myself, my father Air Force. Mr.
Sir, could you
Langevin-
speak into the mic?
Mr. Langevin, I understand, is a prior service member as well, and Mayor, I recall your prior service Marine. Service members especially, and all Americans are given the right to freedom of speech. Debbie Mayfield isn't even supported by Governor DeSantis, so her letter appears to be for show. Most of the elected alt-right officials who speak on behalf of Indian Americans are not speaking on behalf of justice, but are here to perform, to continue to receive financial support from the Indian American community and privately feel what Mr. Langevin said out loud. He did us a favor in transparency. Indian community, your financial investment, what often can be seen as white supremacy, has impacted me and my community. Indian community, please be more involved in the black community who spend money with you. Indian community, please be more outspoken about the injustices black Americans experience at the hand of alt-right Brevard County racism. Indian community, stop being used by elected officials for your money by the alt-right. Indian community, how do you feel about Hispanics being hunted by the alt-right ICE? Indian community, please speak up against the racism Sanjay and Stacey Patel endured while representing Brevard County Democrats. Where was the outrage when Kamala Harris ran for vice president and was assaulted racially? Indian community, please be involved with the Brevard County Democrat Executive Committee and its related civil rights groups. Mr. Langevin repeated what President Trump said. Mr. Langevin repeated what Charlie Kirk said. That is the party. Indian community, Mr. Langevin speaks to something larger going on. Politics is dividing, and it's used to divide against you today. But it's always been used against black Americans. The Bible speaks about redemption. Allow room for redemption. Free Palestine. Hera and Nala Henry, I love you, and God bless.
Number 29, Michael Flugrad.
Good evening, Council of Palm Bay, Florida. As a Christian, I have been taught to believe in certain truths. To claim Christ as my Savior, I must also obey his teachings. John 3:36 says, "Whoever believes in the Son has eternal life. Whoever does not believe the Son shall not see life, but the wrath of God remains on him." I obey Christ from love, for what he has done for me. I love my country. I love America. This nation was founded on Christian beliefs and ideals. For only under the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob may we truly have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I challenge all to look at other nations for proof the fruit of their beliefs speaks better than I can. I was born a citizen of the United States, a nation under God. To become a citizen of this nation, one must, without reservation or purpose of evasion, swear the following. I hereby declare on oath that I absolutely and entirely renounce and abjure all allegiance and fidelity to any foreign prince, pontiate, state, or sovereignty of which I have hereto been a subject or citizen, that I will support and defend the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. Chandler has voiced that there are people coming to America to reap the rewards without obeying the citizen's oath. He has pointed out, like the DOT sign on I-95, that there is a wreck 10 miles ahead, and that to continue will result in a community that can no longer take the off-ramp. People come to this nation, settle in our community to get a new life. And just like a Christian is reborn again, their old life must pass away. They must obey the teachings and live the values of their new land. Weaponized empathy will not change the fact that Chandler is faithfully serving his voters, the community, and his nation, that he is faithfully upholding the citizen's oath to live in this great nation. He represents those residents that have for too long clenched their jaws, knowing that a wreck is ahead. We must, as a community, put America first. There is no hyphenated America, only America. We must not remove Chandler, for he serves his community by putting America first. To remove him is to silence those whom he represents. May God bless America, Palm Bay, and Florida. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
42 is Joseph Mills. Everybody should be in here.
Okay.
Joseph Mills, 338 Brantley Street, Palm Bay, Florida, 32909. My energy and objective thinking is a lot different. And I've got a witness in the room. I don't know, I've never met Chandler Langevin. All I know is what he has on the social media. But I strongly urge the city council to stay intact. I've seen the city council have an empty seat far too long, and that's the reason why I'm running for office in the 2026 for seat 4. It's his personal account. This battle's been fought by George Washington and our founding fathers. And it's in the United States Constitution. I know Chandler Langevin reads, and I watched the last meeting on Tuesday when he shared the story, well, it was the Charlie Kirk experience, about protecting ourselves, about all evil. I'm not saying Indian people are evil, I'm just saying for biblical, I'm a Mormon, so I know the Bible and the Book of Mormon very well. We do got to protect ourselves from influences. It's not just running the government. There are real experiences that we got to protect our people from. The U.S.-India relations is very hot right now, and I think is the most important relationship, the United States and India relationship. Let me qualify. I worked for Avasar, an Indian company. I was paying minimum wage. I worked in a tax office. My colleague was an Indian woman, very nice woman. She invited me to lunch, professional lunch, and continues to be my friend and very, very nice going. I've been in the mosque with my friends, and I've been in a restaurant. I helped my friend build a restaurant and been around a lot of Indian people, all positive. But there are a lot of political issues out there, whether it's H-1B visa, whether it's immigration, broken system there, or economic development. We could have used all the resources in this room. We could have had 2 airports built. We could have had 25,000 jobs brought to this city. But I urged to keep them here, really keep them here. Because when I get elected to C4, it will be an issue again, and I hope. And I will fight strongly for this principle. Because I've heard some people in Tallahassee and around here, they may want to pull the charter from the city because there's been too many problems. And this could be that very issue that does that. But all of his comments, there's no hate, there's no violence. They're all political expression of freedom of speech, and I will debate anyone on these issues or on everything he has on his social media.
Next speaker.
43, Cody Johnson.
Hello, council. Thank you for your time today. My name is Patel. Kidding, my name is Cody. I'm a voter of Palm Bay, and frankly, I'm really confused by the fact that hundreds of people have descended upon our city council today from other cities outside of Palm Bay, and I wanted to address the fact that they've been completely dishonest about Chandler's statement, in which they're claiming that it's racially motivated, but Chandler clarified his statement today. He's not talking about Indian Americans. He's talking about people coming on H-1B visas that are abusing the visa system. And I think it's incredibly dishonest for people to claim that it's racially motivated. And furthermore, if you don't like his statement, don't vote for him. You know, he didn't say anything that was illegal. I don't think he should be removed against the voters' will, you know. And a couple weeks ago in Melbourne City Hall, the city council was intimidated by outsiders into voting something that they didn't plan on voting for. They were going to rename one of the streets for Charlie Kirk, and leftist agitators came from outside of the city and issued death threats, threatened everybody, and they voted against it. And today I'm urging you to not fall for that same intimidation from outsiders that are not from our city. Thank you.
Next speaker.
44, John Norris. John Norris.
Good evening, Council. John Norris, Palm Bay. Firstly, I call upon the holy name of Jesus Christ in this place, the Lord and Savior of the world. Every knee here will bow and every tongue will confess that Jesus is Lord. Now, I'm here today to support Chandler and his free speech. Why was every single speaker before me allowed to address comments at a council member? Is there two sets of rules? Now, we know why there's two sets of rules, and we know why you're attacking him for his speech, because you're corrupt. You're corrupt. Let me find where I'm at. And you work for your global donors, not your local constituents. You work for the global donors that gave you that scarf and give you your money, not for your local constituents. Watch this. Raise your hand if you've never accepted $1 from the Indian lobby. Well done. Kind of telling, isn't it? Mayor, would you be willing to tell me how much money you've received from the Indian community? No? Okay, I'll FOIA it. I'll find out. The outrage mob in this country is given total free rein to commit violence, call for violence, threaten us, and celebrate murder, just like they did with Charlie Kirk, just like the gentleman did earlier tonight when he made a joke about Charlie Kirk. But if we dare try to fight back or even speak our mind, we get fake conservatives like you crawling out of the shadows to condemn us. Well, we condemn you, and we condemn your cowardice in attacking Chandler for his free speech. Those of you who signed the letter calling for Chandler's removal should resign. And if you won't, we call on the governor to remove you. If you don't, when elections come around, we have multiple America First and pro-free speech candidates ready and willing to replace you. Nice scarf.
Number 45. 45?
Oh, wait, what should I put? I guess. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Bring on the mic and bring down the podium. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council members for allowing us to speak tonight. It's a little bit, that's a hard act to follow, but I will do my best. My name is Sita. Sita Begui. I was born and raised in Trinidad and Tobago. And I am Indian, and I feel very saddened by what's going on right now with Chandler's tweets and his social media. Because I don't know if you're aware, but there are Indian people that live in Trinidad and Tobago, in Jamaica, in Guyana, in Africa, in India itself. And when you wrote the tweet that Indians don't care about the United States, and then today it's your birthday, happy birthday, you said that on your birthday you were hoping that we all leave. But here's the thing, I'm married to an Iranian. Where am I gonna go? I don't wanna go to Iran. And I'm from Trinidad, but my grandson is a Windian. He's white and Indian. My granddaughter is a Windian. She's white and Indian. Where am I going to go to live if I leave the United States? How do you expect me, Chandler, to watch my grandchildren grow up? How do you expect me to watch them go to high school and college? So I'm asking you to think about what you say. Freedom of speech comes with a responsibility. And that responsibility is the good Lord. People talk about being a Hindu or Muslim or Christian or Baha'i or whatever faith. The good Lord lives right here in our heart. Amen. He lives in your heart, Chandler, and he lives in mine, and he lives in everybody else's. And the minute you wake up in the morning and you open your eyes, it's a gift. It is a gift to be able to see, Chandler, to speak, to hear, to walk. You worked for hospice. I am a long-term care nurse for over 35 years. You know what happens at the end of life. People are looking for someone to take care of them. And you weren't there the last time when I spoke, but the same immigrants who are here in the United States, taking care of our nation's children and elderly, are the ones that's going to be in the nursing home when you get old to take care of you. The other thing, so I think the tone I want to take with you, Chandler, is one of peace.
Ma'am,
And to reach out to you, just like I would do with my son. You know, when my son was little, my husband had moved us to Marion, Indiana for his residency. We were one of the only dark Indian people in Marion, Indiana. That's where James Dean was born. I didn't know where Marion, Indiana was. But a little boy called my son a dookie stain. That little boy's father was the head of the country club in Marion, Indiana. My son was 6 years old.
Thank you.
And that hurt him, Chandler. So I want you to think about what you say.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Number 46, Pervin Shaw.
Thank you.
Number 46. Number 47, April Smith. 48, Patel.
Good evening. Good evening to everybody. I know everybody's going on overtime here, so I promise to stay in the 3 minutes. Respected leaders of the city and also all the members of the society, not just the Indian descent, but also the Native Americans. But let me tell you, we are also American because everybody says American Indian, so America comes first, right? Let me tell you something. Everybody talked about God and Bible and everything. Here's what we say. I'm going to repeat in Sanskrit. It's called Vasudeva Kutumbam. Anybody knows what that means here? World is our family. We came here, and one of the lady in the back says, you're going over there as our voice. So can you say this for us? Let me tell you what they said. We came here, adopted the ways of America. Can you adopt us? Can you adopt us as your family? This is our family. We're not going anywhere. And let me tell you a little bit about the wealth that you claim that we send money back to India. Let me explain the Indian way a little bit. We come here, we work hard. Everybody works more than 10 hours. We're not on the clock for 8 hours. We're not watching that clock. It's 8 hours time to go home. No, we're here, we're working. We're feeding our children, and we also feed the children who don't have lunch on Saturday and Sunday. We go volunteer and pack lunches for them during summertime when they're not getting lunch or dinner sometimes. And we share our wealth. Let me tell you how. We work, yes, we earn money, and guess where we invest that money? One more gas station, one more hotel, one more doctor's office, one more lawyer's office. And where does that all happen? Here in Brevard County. We're not opening up a gas station in India. We're not opening up a hotel. We are good citizens of the society. We are tax-paying, peaceful people, and we want to remain that way. And I urge you guys, that chair is very powerful. I know a thing or two about leadership. When you sit in that chair, you have a greater responsibility. Social media nowadays, please be careful with your words. Your words are very, very strong. They are stronger than a weapon once it's out the door, can't take it back, and it can hurt a lot of people, a lot of communities. So please use your words carefully. Help unite the country, not divide. Thank you.
Number 49, Joseph Murray. 49, Joseph Murray. 50, Jennifer O'Connor.
I wish I knew who hurt you and put all that hatred in your heart. The fact that you are not even ashamed of your blatant racism against is absolutely intolerable, which means you haven't gotten to know your town and your community, your own constituents. I am so fortunate that I have so many friends that just happen to be Indian. I have friends from everywhere. I'm a mutt. I can't even tell you where my original country comes from.
Ma'am, could you try and speak into the mic?
I have to say that the gentlemen that I work with and work for are amazing men. And I have had more benefit and blessings to be working for them. I truly am blessed that they have come into my life and regenerated a business that I had pledged to keep going in my community. These men here are the ones that are pouring money into your communities and into the local communities. Even to speculate that they are not American is absurd. Absolutely, positively absurd. It is a shame that a culture of educated, family-oriented, and faithful people are being denigrated so evilly. I have so many proud Indian family, and to know that I am cared for by the Indian community here in Palm Bay. My family is cared for. My coworkers are cared for. Our customers are cared for. Even after the hurricane, the amount of people that came together to help one of my employees that had their house destroyed. And Mr. Trump and DeSantis were in the driveway, and we were there to provide additional assistance. I remember being taught as a child that America was a country of immigrants and that everyone had a significant contribution. Today we have laws regarding immigration and assimilating into our country. And you are targeting the specific demographic of legal citizens that follow the law and contribute positively and financially to this township. I really do think that you need to get to know your community much more. Thank you.
Number 51, Carlos McCauley. 49. Joseph Murphy.
Good evening, all. I'm here to voice my public support for Councilman Langevin and, even more importantly, the First Amendment. I find it deeply troubling that elected Republican officials on this council would be so spineless and compromising as to even consider capitulating to leftist cancel culture. I thought we had defeated this nonsense when we elected Donald J. Trump for the second time. Apparently, I thought wrong, because here we are. Here we are conducting this pathetic leftist kangaroo court. So what did Mr. Langevin actually say? He has been commenting on the exploitation of H-1B visa program. If you can't see he is talking about these Indians and not the reasonable Americans of Indian descent, then I don't know what can help you. But if you're an assimilated American, well, then the comment quite simply and literally was not intended for you. This isn't complicated at all. This isn't even remotely controversial for real Americans. But they're not here today, are they? Why is that? Because they voted for you to represent them. That's why. They voted for Republican leadership. And they're not organized by NGO funding and shipped in from all over the state like these fine people in this room. But whether you agree with Chandler or not, his speech is guaranteed to him by the Constitution. It has been fought for. Blood has been spilt for it. Chandler himself has volunteered his life for it. And it's hard to even comprehend for a second the amount of spinelessness I've seen by Republicans both online and in this room today. I moved here during COVID from New York, an awful, tyrannically left-wing and failed state. I sought better schools for my children and more freedom. And for the most part, I have absolutely found that here in the great free state. But this cowardice is how it starts. I've seen this before. This sort of pathetic, lazy capitulation in the face of leftist cancel culture is exactly what destroyed New York. We elected you to fulfill certain duties and act on behalf of our interests, not on the interests of evil NGO and communist-funded activist organizations. Florida, under Ron DeSantis, has become the de facto freedom capital of our nation. It has been a state that has led the way on nearly every conservative issue over the past decade. But this is pathetic, and I assure you the American people are watching. And in the wake of Charlie Kirk's senseless death caused by unchecked woke mind virus, the American people are now speaking their truth. Guys like me normally don't show up to stuff like this. We're busy working, keeping our infrastructure moving, and being good fathers. But rest assured, there's millions of good men like me, and we're pissed off. We're pissed off what we're seeing from our elected officials. And I don't know if you ever get online, but we're not staying silent anymore.
Thank you.
Carlos Macaulay,
Order,
51.
order.
51, Carlos Macaulay.
Hi, I'm Carlos McCauley at 1964 Brookside Street Northeast, Palm Bay. Thank you for listening to me. I studied anthropology, and I know that everyone in this room is a Homo sapien. And that is, after we die, all that's left are bones, and that's all we see. We don't see the flesh. We don't know what color you are. We don't know anything but that you are a human being. So, I'm here to speak about the reprehensible remarks of Mr. Chandler Langevin, and I'm not going to repeat them because it's caused a lot of harm, a lot of hurt. And I understand there's been a letter written to the governor to suspend Mr. Langevin. If that doesn't work, then there's the possibility that Mr. Langevin will resign. If that doesn't work, there's a possibility he can be removed. There's also as far as I know, a recall. Thank you.
Number 54, Ashma Luthra. 54, Luthra. 55, Prasad. 56, Michelle Murray. 57, Diane Jackson. 58, Dharmesh Panchal.
Hi, I'm Dharmesh Panchal from West Melbourne. Thank you for your time today. I work for Leonardo DRS, which is a defense contractor. I've been working there for almost 30 years. We manufacture night vision systems for the US military, and we come up with a lot of novel ways to protect our soldiers. Our systems are the first line of defense for the US military servicemen in the Air Force, in the Navy, and in land battles. We have come up with significantly novel technology that has protected our military throughout the decades. So I wish Mr. Langevin was here to hear that, in that we contribute significantly to the military and its safekeeping. I also want to mention a few words. Every good citizen votes with their conscience. In the United States, many of my friends vote in good conscience for a good Christian candidate. A good Christian, I'll quote Samuel 16:7. But the Lord said to Samuel, "Do not consider his appearance or his height, for I have rejected him." The Lord does not look at the things people look at. People look at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart. People have voted for you conscientiously, and you are not representing them and coming up with divisive lies, specifically your lies about Indian Americans. Mr. Langevin, take a look at your own heart and learn from this. These are the words of Jesus Christ. You can do better. I also want to mention a short story. In our neighborhood, we very often used to walk, and there was a gentleman, elderly gentleman, who would never, ever look at us. He was walking his dog. I asked my wife, why does he never look at us? And she said, I don't know. Then 2 years later, he stopped, and he cried in front of us. And he said, you know what? I've been a white supremacist my whole life, and I never looked at you. I hated you. And Dr. Joshi just saved my life. I've been wrong my whole life, and I'm about to die. It's too late for me, but I just want to tell you, I was wrong. I was wrong being a white supremacist my whole life, and I really pissed it away. So there's a big lesson there. You know, this guy, after living 70, 75 years, realized something. Thank you very much.
Number 59, Ryan Hartman.
Thank you very much, Council, Mayor, for allowing me to speak. I'm sorry that the media cameras didn't stay late enough to get all of the content, but I guess they got what they wanted. Much has been said recently about social media posts that people found offensive. But I want to encourage everyone, especially those in leadership, to look deeper than the surface reaction. It's easy to label something hateful, move on. It's much harder to ask why someone would say something in the first place, whether there might be a grain of truth beneath a discomfort. A wise person once said that a good leader takes even harsh or false criticism and will look at it for any truth that might be in it. Because without that, you limit your ability to grow as a person, as a community, and so forth. Councilman Langevin brought up concerns that many in our community quietly share: culture integration, national loyalty, and how U.S. and local policies have favored those who do not have commitment to U.S. success. They're uncomfortable topics, but they're not illegitimate. And the fact that no one else is willing to raise these questions only makes his courage more necessary. Let us not quickly forget Charlie Kirk was murdered less than a month ago because someone thought that he should keep silent about what he thought was good, right, and true. If our leaders punish people for expressing controversial opinions, even when they come from a place of patriotism and concern, we create a culture where no one will speak the truth at all. And if the City Council chooses to condemn or censure one of its own members for using their First Amendment right to free speech, what precedent are you setting for future leaders in our community? You may disagree with what he said or how he said it. That's your right. But disagreement is not justification for removal or for public shaming. What Councilman Langevin deserves is not punishment, but respect for having the courage to say what many others won't. Charlie said the only thing stopping us from bullets and blows is dialogue. Charlie took the bullet. Let's work on dialogue. I ask the council to stop reacting from a place of outrage, Please start responding from a place of reason. Let's talk about the issues, even if we disagree, not silence the people bringing them up. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Number 60, Rick Adante.
Hi, thank you. My name is Rick Adante, Dr. Rick Adante. I've been a neuroscientist and a psychologist, tenured professor at Florida Tech for the past 5 years. And I have a couple observations of just thoughts I've had since coming here and listening. I came here to listen. I didn't expect to speak, but I've seen this before. My job as a scientist and as a teacher. As a scientist, my job has been to pursue truth and to find it and to report it. And as a teacher and as a professor, my job has been to teach it and help people find it. What I see today, I've seen a lot of, which is a lot of jumping to conclusions from misunderstandings, because a lot of times students didn't actually read the assignment clearly and they jump to assumptions. What I see and gather from this seems to be political speech by a politician. That's should be wildly protected by the First Amendment, but it's also something we should cherish and champion, no matter what it is, so that it doesn't go underground, so that we know what's out there, so that we can see what's real. I see political speech by a politician on a political topic. So if that's going to be a problem for our community, for our organization, for our city, I mean, respectfully, with Republicans like that, who needs Democrats? This should be part of the dialogue that we're having. I never heard hate. I never saw hate. In fact, I happen to know Chandler. I saw him be the only leader in this city who stood up to help quell the anger in the political assassination only weeks ago and lead this city to a peaceful demonstration. And I didn't see any other leaders from this entire county there responding to a community. And what I would say to the people here, I was there, I watched him. He prayed for every single one of you. He led us in prayer because he cares for you. Now, you guys have read his tweets, but you haven't met the man, and that doesn't say a whole lot about the judgment being exposed. And I hear the crowd. I've heard the crowd all day violating all those decorum statements. Things about a Klan, things about white supremacy, things about burning crosses. Those are violations I never heard corrected, respectfully. That's not appropriate. That shouldn't be tolerated. Chandler's a good man. Those who know him know that. Those who haven't, I'm sure you'd be surprised, because people are more than what you read in a tweet. They really are. What I hear with the last 6 seconds, respectfully, I've heard before when people chanted Barabbas, Barabbas, Barabbas.
Thank you.
Number 61. Go to our number 61. Number 73, Daniel Island.
129 Lansing Island Drive. Not here?
You're Daniel?
Okay, okay.
Hello, thank you. My name is Dr. Daniel Island. I'm a resident and voter in Palm Bay. I've lived here for 10 years. My family, I have 2 kids. I rise today in support of the motion to remove Mr. Chandler from the board. So, yeah, look, I mean, my family has lived here for 30 years. And I moved here after grad school, raised 2 kids. I mean, you know, a lot has already been said tonight that I agree with, that I disagree with. And I would say that, I don't know. I guess I want, my kids attend Odyssey Charter School. And I guess the one thing that I want to add that maybe has not been said, I've was waiting outside for a while. Because I want to thank the leadership at Odyssey Charter School for keeping the kids safe. I mean, this whole thing is messed up, Mr. Mayor, esteemed council. You know, there are rules of decorum, and I appreciate everyone who has honored those rules and, you know, spoke their minds. There's been a lot of talk of politics and religion tonight. I'm not a Democrat, I'm not a Republican, I'm not a Christian, you know, but these things don't matter here. What matters here is civility. What matters here is what people see. There's been talk of social media and what people are saying. The issue at hand tonight is the Indian American community, importantly, you know, with the emphasis on American. These people came here to do the right thing, become citizens, contribute to society. The Indo-American relationship is very important. It's currently in the spotlight. We have people right now watching in India, and when they Google Palm Bay, they're going to read about this. When they read about what's happening here, they're going to see pictures of people with white armbands, you know, in full battle rattle, boogaloo goons, who are now representative of Palm Bay, whether we like it or not. So that's what the world will perceive when they try to inform themselves of what's going on here. So as a body, what are you going to do about it? You're going to do the right thing, stand up for American values? Yeah, we have a freedom of speech, but the First Amendment does not protect you from the consequences. Thanks.
Number 74, Hankulada.
Say again?
Number 74, Ananda Hankulada. Did I get that right?
My name is Ananda Hankalada. I'm very impressed that you said my first name right. I live at 342 Brusha Street, Northeast Palm Bay. I've been in Florida now for 17 years. But I'm not an Indian American, but I am a Californian American. I believe in diversity. I always will. I am very proud of Palm Bay tonight for coming together and speaking against this hatred, this climate in our country that is, I believe, is just dividing us. And I get very emotional. I tried to, you know, write down what I wanted to say tonight, but I basically came here to support the Indian community, to support our immigrants, to support our communities that are being taken away by ICE, our Haitian communities, our Latin American communities. And I'm very afraid of the America that we're living in today, because I don't believe this is the America that I thought it was, or that I think we should be, you know, that we should be supporting. So my name actually is a Hindi name. It means the love in the world that the world cannot exist without. So I've spent 58 years very proud of my Hindi name. I guess that's all I have to say, so.
Thank you.
All right.
Number 75, Richard Weber.
Hi, I'm Rick Weber. I live in Cocoa, 1514 Clear Lake Road. I appreciate you all being here and taking the time to address this matter because it's very serious. I'm here to call for the removal of Langevin. But I've got something to share, which says, oops. It's something a friend of mine penned. It says, "Dear friends, in recent weeks, I've heard over and over the same message. It's time to be bold, time to step out of your comfort zones, time to call things as they are. As politicians, we must raise the bar. It is not acceptable to use words of hate. It is not acceptable to lie, misrepresent, bully, or disrespect others. And it is certainly not acceptable to condone or dismiss those who alienate and attack marginalized communities with hateful speech. If I say I want to raise Florida's quality of life, then I have to mean it and live it. Words without integrity are empty. Our children are watching us, and they deserve leaders who set an example worth following. Years ago, I was involved with a youth mentoring organization whose mission statement has stuck with me ever since. Quote, by providing hope and positive vision, optimists bring out the best in kids. That's the standard I hold myself to as servant. Next page. Well, next paragraph. When I served as a councilman, I was proud to be addressed as the Honorable. That title was not a privilege. It was something I had to earn through honest, fair work on behalf of everyone in my community, not just those loyal to me. That's what public service should be about. Let's be straight with one another. It is time to call out crooked politicians, restore honor to public service, and raise Florida's quality of life for everyone. This is the kind of person I'd like to see you all replace Mr. Langevin with, or the residents replace him with. Thank you for your time.
Mayor, that concluded the cards, but I'm just going to go back real quickly through
Okay.
ones that may have not heard their name or number called. Number 30, Patel. 33, Harris. 35, Christine Judakis. I know she's not here. 38, Sherry Dievis. 46, Pervin Shaw. 47, April Smith. 54, Ashma Luthra. 55, Prasad. 56, Michelle Murray. 57, Diane Jackson. That concludes the speaker cards, Mayor.
No other speakers? Okay. So at this point, for us to continue discussion, I'll need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, second by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. Councilman Johnson?
Yes, Mayor. I personally would like to hear from Councilman Langevin as well. It's been very frustrating because this is our third go-around, and I know people came up here saying, hey, he's done this before, you know, why didn't you try to do this? Why didn't you bring this sooner? But I believe we all deserve grace, and it was mentioned earlier in regards to grace and truth. So I would like to hear from him before we move forward, Mayor.
Okay. Councilman Langevin?
All right. Well, first off, quite frankly, Councilman Johnson, I'm not here to ask for your grace. As far as resigning, I'm not resigning. You can vote for the letter tonight. Hope you do. It's going to be worthless. I'm going to be here for another 3 years. Get used to it. Now, to the members of the Indian community, proud Americans that stand before us, as it was said earlier, in a lot of my comments, I just kind of assumed you as Americans, and there is a problem with illegal immigrants and immigrants from all countries, and I think we need to have tough conversations. X and other social media platforms is the public square. We don't go out in front of City Hall and walk around in the market anymore and stand up and talk. We go on social media. Some people brought it up earlier. If we're not willing to push the envelope, if we're not willing to even have coarse and rigid conversation about controversial issues, and yeah, sometimes I post stuff just to piss people off to get debate going. I'm an enlisted military guy. I spent 10 years around people that we just piss people off. And you know what? I served with people from every single country in the world. I served with people from continents all around the world. I served with 2 Kenyan guys from rival tribes that told me if they landed back in Kenya, they'd have to fight each other and kill each other. But we were all Americans, and we all loved it, and we were having a great time. So I do understand where that could have been misconstrued for you guys. Any apology on that is going to be outside of these chambers after I have some conversations with Mr. Shaw, because I don't believe in just apologizing because the cameras are on me, and I want it to be genuine if it's going to happen. So I did have a conversation with Mr. Shaw before we came in, and some other leaders of the Indian community. We talked on the phone, and we are going to meet more in person after this. I've committed to that. I've even said I'm willing to have a town hall specifically with the members of the Americans of the Indian heritage community. I'm perfectly fine with that. I accept everything you guys do. I'm proud that you're Americans with me. But at the same time, we're going to have tough conversations about things like illegal immigration. We're going to have tough conversations about things like visa abuse and certain other things. And, you know, one of the things that I wasn't happy about that I saw was other state capitals and even Republicans were flying Indian flags on government buildings. And I voted against flying other nations' flags on our government building. We're American government buildings. If you want to fly Indian flags at India Fest on your house, that's fine. But so there are problems in this country, and I like to have those conversations on X in the public square. Yeah, I'm an elected official, and I'm elected by the people, and quite frankly, as long as I'm not breaking the law, I'll say whatever I damn well please. So as far as the rest of the council, again, go ahead and vote for the letter. I almost want you to. We're going to have some more uncomfortable meetings. We can only grow through discomfort, but now I'm kind of pissed, so I think we're just going to have some uncomfortable meetings for fun. With that, I yield my time.
Thank you. Councilman Johnson, you made the motion.
Yes, Mayor, that's all I needed, because out of the mouth come from the thoughts, and the thoughts come from the heart, and it's the heart that defileth a man. I recognize that because I was there, and just being real, us as human beings, our external conflict tends to come from internal conflict. So that's why I was just trying to, initially, when it came to the Muslim comments and the left-wing evil, just, ignorance is bliss. So try to educate one another. It says when a brother sins, you take it up with him. If he doesn't listen, you bring others. If he doesn't listen again, you bring it with the church. And right now, this is the church, because it's not 4 walls, it's the people. So we have to be the change we want to see. We have to lead by example. At the end of the day, we're all on stolen land. So, for us to act like it's anything different, is crazy. Our words have power, and dog whistling is not accepted. Those who know what dog whistling is knows what is clear. And I appreciate y'all being out here. And for transparency, because it was mentioned, and this is a public record, yes, I got a donation from Mr. Shaw. I think I got $2,000 total, but that was $2,000 out of $50,000 I raised. So if you want to hang your hat on that, you can. So I'm not with the rhetoric. I'm definitely fine with having uncomfortable conversations. And that's what it takes. That's why I encouraged the first time when it came to the Muslim community, because I went to the mosques, I sat with them, I broke bread with them, and I encouraged, Mr. Councilman Chandler to do the same. And here we are again. So our words have power. We need to mind that power and do better. If you're going to say something publicly, you should apologize publicly. It doesn't need to be something private. So with that, Mayor, I tee it off to you or the other council members, but, we're all Americans. We're all in it together. It's not about money. To the anthropologist that said it earlier, we bleed the same. We go down to the ground. We come from the dust. So that's all it is, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to tee it off to our deputy mayor.
Wait, Mayor, one last thing, sir. Thank you. Call Governor DeSantis. That's all. Thank you.
I'm going to tee it off to our deputy mayor who seconded the motion, but in reading the motion, it is pursuant to Florida Statute 112.51, probably, which is attached to the agenda, and it is more in line with
Policies and procedures.
okay. All right, so I just wanted to make that clear, but you know what's not on there is anything besides that. So is that the avenue?
So there's much more that can be added. I'll make the time to go to City Hall tomorrow to sit down with the city attorney and city manager, so.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I was thinking about the comments made about my campaign report. I believe I raised almost $60,000 for my campaign, and I believe less than 1,000 came from the Indian community. You know, I'm not on social media. I don't have Facebook. I don't have LinkedIn. I don't think that's the appropriate forum for shock and awe. We could conduct a town hall meeting at any time and call community leaders at any time to have serious conversations. Sunday night, end of the weekend, hanging out with my family, doing homework, watching football, thinking about the stress of the week ahead. My phone starts blowing up. Out of nowhere, no context, Councilman Chandler Langevin stated deport every Indian immediately. There's no mention of visas. With that single post, our city and its residents were thrust into fear and turmoil, and it hasn't stopped there, and it's continued tonight. Public office is a privilege. We are entrusted with the highest ethical standards. Yeah, we have a councilman that continues to violate them, as outlined in the Palm Bay Code of Ordinances, Section 34.10, and Florida Statute 112, Part 3. When I've walked into City Hall this week, I've felt the weight of your words. With a single keystroke, you have destroyed morale among our leadership team and our entire staff. You have undermined hope for any economic development in the city of Palm Bay and have caused residents to question their safety and sense of belonging. You have spread fear among our people, our community, and the Indian community as well. This is not an isolated incident. Other forms of unethical behavior. On June 8, 2025, you sent an unauthorized letter to Congressman Herodopoulos on official Palm Bay letterhead advocating for the release of a Robert Rundo. This action was taken without council knowledge or consent, and you violated Section 8.2 K2 of our Code of Conduct, which is also a violation of Florida Statute 112, Part 3. September 20th, 2025, you orchestrated a so-called March Against Left-Wing Evil. Sponsoring it as a city councilman, you bypassed the permitting process, forcing city staff and police department to scramble, and costing taxpayers more than $25,000. This is a violation of Section 8.2 K1, use of public resources. Beyond these actions, your ongoing conduct continues to violate Code of Conduct in areas including performance of duties, use of public resources, advocacy, harassment, and maintaining a positive workplace environment. To those who've reached out to me by email, phone, or text, and especially those that have stayed late tonight, I thank you. Your voice matters. You are the heart of a community standing up for what is right. And for those who stay at home out of fear, I am deeply sorry. No resident of Palm Bay should ever feel unsafe in their own city. I want to thank Sheriff Wayne Ivey for sending his command staff here tonight as a show of support. And to our dedicated city staff, I see your hard work. I stand with you, and I fully support the mission of the city of Palm Bay. Your commitment makes a real difference in our community. Matt Morton, our leadership team, the Palm Bay Police Department, thank you for your tireless efforts to keep our community safe. Together we are stronger, and together we serve our city. Furthermore, I do want to thank Senator Mayfield for sending a letter of support of suspension to Governor DeSantis. I also deeply appreciate School Board Member John Thomas, Representative Monique Miller, Congressman Mike Herodopoulos, Congressman Randy Fine, and U.S. Senator Rick Scott, among many others who have courageously spoken out against Councilman Chandler Langevin and stood unwaveringly in support of our Indian community. Their leadership shows that standing for justice and unity transcends politics. Together we send a clear message. Hate has no place in our city. I stand with the Indian community and all the residents who demand justice, dignity, and respect. I will be your voice, and I represent the entire city. Together we will win. We will win against hate, against racism, and against what is wrong. Together we will be victorious. I know this doesn't mean much, but I do respectfully ask that Councilman Langevin that you do resign tonight. You are free to start a podcast, march wherever you want, post on social media, but do it as a private citizen, not as an elected official. Knowing you are unlikely to resign, I make this statement as a permanent record of accountability, a reminder that hate has no place in leadership and that the people of Palm Bay will always stand for justice, decency, and the values we hold dear. As a summary, the clear violations that you have conducted against Florida Statute 112, Part 3, professional and personal conduct. Officials must act above reproach and refrain from abusive conduct, personal attacks, or verbal assaults against council, member staff, or the public. 8.2D, performance of duties. Officials must remain loyal to the political objectives expressed by the electorate and their programs. 8.2H2, avoidance of improper action. Officials must avoid actions that impede efficiency, compromise impartiality, or reduce public confidence in the city. 8.2K, use of public resources. City resources may only be used for official city business with proper authorization. Letterhead and logos require council consent. 8.2M, advocacy. Officials shall accurately represent city council only when authorized. Personal opinions must not imply official representation. 8.2P, harassment. Harassment of any kind is strictly prohibited. 8.2Q, positive workplace environment. Officials shall support a constructive and safe workplace for cities, employees, citizens, and business. If you ask any of our employees right now, they do not feel safe. The problem with our code of ordinance is 8.4, implementation of self-enforcement. So the code of ethics is self-enforcing and effective only when officials are familiar with and embrace its provisions. Fortunately, we have Florida Statute, Chapter 112, Part 3. And the Florida Code of Ethics sets conduct standards for employees, elected officials, and appointees. And we have adopted that state law through Section 34.10 of its Code of Ordinances. So I do move that City Council tonight, in addition to voting to approve sending a letter of suspension to Governor DeSantis, that we direct the city attorney to prepare a violation filing under Part 3 of Chapter 112 of the Florida statutes. This complaint cannot be submitted by the city of Palm Bay. It can be submitted by a representative, a resident, or by our state legislator. So I do ask this council that we have the city attorney draft the complaint to be submitted to Senator Mayfield for filing with the Florida Commission on Ethics, which enforces ethical standards for state and local officials. Violation under this section can include dismissal and civil penalties up to $20,000. Thank you everyone for being here.
So, Councilman Johnson, you made the motion.
Yep, that's why I teed in, because I will gladly amend my motion, Mayor.
So, but stand fast. Part of that motion, I've got you, Councilman Hammer, I'm not going to bypass you. Censorship, which would remove him from any boards that he currently serves representing the city of Palm Bay. I think that's another added way we should go as well. Those are my thoughts on that. But I'll tee that off now to Councilman Hammer.
I want to start off by saying I didn't get donations from almost anybody. I was self-funded. I actually sold my boat, and I took the money and invested it in my campaign to be a voice for you. I do want to say I am not by any means against free speech, by any means whatsoever. When I chose to run for office, it was to be a voice for you, the people of this city. The residents are my employers, and their concerns and well-being guide every single decision that I make. That's why I take this moment so seriously. The First Amendment protects free speech, even when it's offensive or painful. I will always defend that right until the day I'm done breathing. But my duty doesn't end there. My duty is also to listen, and I've been listening closely to our community. The words used have deeply hurt many of our neighbors. I've heard from families who feel targeted, business owners who are reconsidering investments, residents who now question whether they truly belong here. Words have power. They shape perceptions, influence decisions, and either unite or divide. These words have done harm to our people, to our reputation, and to our future. Our city calls itself a perfect place to grow. But we cannot live up to that if we are targeting members of our community. Growth cannot happen where things like this are allowed to take root. This is not whether about I'm personally offended or somebody else is. It's about the damage that's been done to those we swore to serve. The council sitting up here and our staff. When the community speaks, I listen. For those reasons, I will support this letter before us tonight. This is not to silence anyone, because free speech is the First Amendment for a certain reason. But we need to reaffirm that while free speech is protected, the people they hurt should be valued. Our responsibility is not only to uphold rights, but to uphold the dignity, the safety, and the trust of the people we represent. Thank you.
So I'm going to see if I could wrap this up, and I'm just going to start by recognizing last night till this evening, it was Yom Kippur. And for all my Jewish brothers and sisters, may you be sealed in the book of life for good. And so I just wanted to share that because we are a diverse community. Diversity is not based on the color of your skin. Diversity is built on our different cultures, our different lifestyles, the train of thought, and those ideologies what brings us together. In our last regular council meeting, I spoke and provided scriptures as I often do, in the hopes that you would choose love instead of hate. I also shared that it is a spiritual warfare that we face, and that the battle of pleasing ourselves is contrary to the fruits of the Spirit and contrary to the Spirit of the Most High God. I even went as far as sharing that envy and divisiveness is pleasing not only to ourselves, but that of which is evil. What I've seen, and sir, let me just remind you, you have a narrowed view of diversity. In my open letter, which you criticized, you need to understand that many people that look like me don't think like me. Therefore, the diversity of thought exists. The idea that people who look alike think alike is often a misconception, particularly in this great nation I call the United States of America. Individual experiences, cultural backgrounds, and genetic factors create unique perspectives, making thoughts and beliefs very diverse, and we are all better for it. Palm Bay has a rich foundation of our innovative spirit. We love you, brother. I can tell you I love you. Palm Bay continues to grow with uninhibited velocity, and we will reject sentiments that exclude a single member of our community. This isn't about H-1 visas. This is solely about what you wrote and sharing the hateful comment. There is not a single Indian that cares about the United States. Indians are destroying the South. You have shown me who you are, and I have to believe in what I see. When I say to you that I love you as a brother because I'm caused and I am obligated to love you through this entire process. One post, you said to deport every Indian immediately. Brother, that comment, it hurts my soul. What I hope for is for one day that you realize your comments and beliefs wounded so many people. I stand with my Indian family that supported me, and I'm proud to say that embraced me from 1990 till today. So yes, you have supported me. I am thankful for all that you've done and what you contribute to this great nation. And I end with this before the close. In closing, I hope that the governor deports you out of these chambers and out of that door. I have a motion.
I'll amend my motion to include everything that you and Deputy Mayor Jaffe included, sir.
I have a motion by Councilman Johnson. Are you good with the second?
I'm good with the second if staff is clear with the second. So I believe we're on agreement that we're going to send the letter of suspension.
Yep. And censorship as well.
Censorship as well. And Patricia's going to draft a letter in regards to any ethics violations that we will be shared with Senator Mayfield for filing with the Ethics Board.
I have a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. Motion passes 4-1 with Councilman Langevin voting nay. Thank you. We are now on council reports. Councilman Langevin.
I yield.
Councilman Hammer.
I'm good.
Councilman Johnson.
Only thing, Mayor, I was wondering, where councils, would y'all be open to another JLAC audit? And just reaching out to State Representative Monique Miller?
I mean, I'm open to it. I mean, why not?
Yeah, that's where I'm at. Okay.
We just went through one. I thought we were going with Doge.
Well, that's more of us doing it ourselves. So I was just extra set of eyes. That's all.
All right, so we could welcome them in. Mr. Morton?
I don't support that.
Okay.
I'm not going to go through that with the city. We just went through it. We've got Doge underway. We're returning closing projects, returning $50 million to the city budget. We are busting our butt to be transparent and honest. You have that in front of you. We're $50 million is getting returned to the general fund. Don't put staff on us through that. That's not fair. You got an AG vote on the charter. Let us do our job instead of keep hamstringing us and setting us backwards, or we're never going to move the city forward to where you guys want it to move.
Copy that. All right, you go with that?
Yeah, I'll have a conversation after too as well, so.
Okay. So does that conclude your reports? Deputy Mayor?
No report, Mayor.
And your mayor, for the very first time in the history of this city, does not have anything to report. Next, Mr. Morton, report.
Only because I'm obligated to report it. We have potentially a trip to Tallahassee next week for legislative, which may involve members of council. You changed your policy some month back where it doesn't require the pre-approval, just an announcement that there
Okay.
may be a trip, and then we bring back the reporting. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Smith,
No, sir.
this meeting's adjourned.